Okay, we're set. Good afternoon.
Mr. President, if I may,
Yes.
it's just a request from the interpreters to please speak very slowly. Thank you.
I just would like to have a time count, if it's possible, just to know where we are.
Sure.
Thank you.
So claimants have 2 hours and 15 minutes left, and respondent 3 hours and 44 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. I see Mrs. Bambaci and Mr. Delipiana. Is that correct? Would you kindly read for the record the declaration of expert witnesses that is before you?
Sure. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
And I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you very much. And we now give you the floor and invite you to give your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed members of the Tribunal. I will now proceed with our presentation summarizing our damages assessment as instructed by Claimant's Counsel. Presentation contains 4 sections. I'll cover the first. My colleague will address the second part, which is fairly long, and then I'll come back to discuss sections 3 and 4. Start for a moment with a reminder of what it is that we are valuing. In slide 4, sorry, I'm just getting used to being the one who clicks and speaks at the same time. We are looking at determining the fair market value of a pipeline of real estate and hospitality projects, a series of developments. And for that, we look at them individually because there are characteristics in these, such as the timing, their own features, whether they have hotel rooms, lots, houses, apartments, long stay hotels, etc., which are different from project to project. I mentioned timing and the features, and they also do have some commonalities. They're all premised and anchored around the creation of a previously established lifestyle brand for hospitality projects and real estate. So the question in determining fair market value of a project of these characteristics arises as to how to do that. And for that, I present to you here with a simplified framework of some of the options so we can discuss what would be the features that one would take into consideration in selecting the appropriate valuation method. Let's take an example first of fully undeveloped land with no vision or clarity on development prospects, somebody who just owns an empty parcel of land. The applicable valuation method, most analysts would agree, would be to look at comparable land across the road. The inapplicable valuation method, and most analysts would agree, would be to observe the amounts paid for that piece of land in prior years, because it simply may not reflect, and likely doesn't reflect, the value of that land in the market today. At the other end of the spectrum, we have an example here, which is a fully developed residential home tract or development. And there, I think we would all agree, we would be looking at observable market prices for comparable properties. Likewise, if we had a fully developed mixed-use set of properties, we would have to consider both the value in the marketplace as well as the income that these mixed-use properties, via rental of commercial space, rental of office space, or long-term hotels, would generate into the future. And therefore, we would be we would be combining the market approach with the income approach and doing a discounted cash flow analysis in order to take into consideration that stream of future revenue. Finally, these examples in the middle consider hybrid situations in which there is land with a master plan backed by branding and with a certain track record. And in that case, we say one would use the present value of future profits in order to take into consideration the market information as well as to risk adequately the projects that are still in development. In relation to this framework, If we go to the next slide, 6, what we see is here is a depiction of where in this spectrum of range of development each of these projects that we're valuing stood, from left to right, from less developed to more developed. We're obviously not computing damages in our model in relation to the Charlie, as that has not been directly affected. We're calculating damages in relation to the pipeline of projects in development and in construction. One thing worth highlighting perhaps here is that even though these projects are between development and construction, the fideicomiso or trust fund feature in them makes the risking of these projects very different in a way from how the way in which one would think of a project that is still not broken ground. And my colleague will explain what I mean by this feature of the fideicomiso structure from a financial standpoint. So effectively, what we see here is the claimant's investments consists of a development pipeline with properties in various stages of development, all anchored around the developer's track record, lifestyle brand, and the price point that it commands. Now, for this case, sorry, I skipped the slide. No, it disappeared. Okay. In this case, we know the key characteristics of the portfolio in terms of details of number of units to be sold, the already sold, the units remaining to be sold, the prices observed for these units, the prices expected for the units based on market surveys. We know the specific locations, we know the master plans and development plans. We have, I mentioned observable market prices for comparable developments and in the sector for luxury hospitality. I pause here for a moment because I believe there was reference made to the Rousseau test, the 6 conditions to adopt a DCF, of which that tribunal didn't really say you needed all 6. It said that it would be good to have most of them, if not all of them. We strongly believe these projects, in terms of the overall pipeline, satisfy 5 very clear of those conditions and a 6 in an important way. And I can expand on that if the tribunal would like. Our colleague, expert for respondent, presents a cost approach based on the observed amounts paid according to the financial accounts for certain expenses incurred by Royal Property Group, RPG. The problem with this is several issues. First of all, as we know, that is not forward-looking. It doesn't capture any of the market information. It doesn't capture the value of the developments themselves, the location, the design, the architecture, the aesthetic. It therefore doesn't reflect fair market value. But let me pause here because Dr. Hearn says that because there's a line in the balance sheet, in the assets, that says intangibles, it's a very small amount, then therefore it must be that the entire value of the intangible, the entire value of the Seda creation, etc., must be accounted for. That is simply incorrect from a simple accounting standpoint. If one were to look at the accounts of Norman Foster or Zaha Hadid or one of the great design and architecture studios and developers in the world, unless those studios just happen to have purchased themselves and therefore had to reflect the entire value of their goodwill in their books, you would not find the value of their intangible in their books. The value of their intangible would be in the form of software licenses and some investments that firms are allowed to capitalize by accounting rules because they're being made towards the development of projects such as architect fees, renderings, and so on. But they will never capture, and except in the unique circumstance of an acquisition being made at that time, the intangible in the books will never capture the full value of that intellectual property, of that intangible, and much less the one that has been lost for the years past. One final note on the issue of the cost approach. It doesn't even matter, frankly, if this is a tribunal that is looking at this from the point of view of reliance versus expectation damages. Even in the world of reliance damages, the amounts spent here don't actually account for the investment made, because the investment made is years of sweat equity and development time and effort that have gone into these projects and not others. So the way in which we value this is by combining the income approach in a pure form first, in a pure form based on the underwriting models and the information that we find on the record, and then combining it with market evidence via comparables. This is depicted in slide 8. We then take all that information, which my colleague will explain how we use it, and then we apply discounting at a risk-adjusted rate. And we also apply a probability of survival or probability of failure adjustment for properties that are yet in development. We calculate loss in equity as well as loss in fees. This is important because the projects as a whole have a total value that they create. But the structure of these deals is such that Mr. Seda established himself as a management company and therefore appropriated a large percentage of that project value via management fees. It's a very important part. It's about, as you can see here, about 45% of the total damages are losses in fees. And to the extent that there's delays in project or one has to risk them in an additional manner or anything of that sort that affects the loss in equity, it doesn't directly affect the loss in fees. In summary, we reach a conclusion via the discounted cash flow method of $203 million as of January 2017, our date of valuation. This chart here on slide 10 reconciles or explains the differences between our assessment and Dr. Hearn's. We have differences in real estate parameters, in hospitality parameters, and in discount rates and failure rates. That takes us to his $27 million via DCF. He then goes further and says that due to causation issues, he says that Mr. Seda can still develop Luxe, no one's stopping him from doing that, and that he could be providing all kinds of services in Colombia, and therefore removes the additional to reach a negative value conclusion. Sorry, a negative damages conclusion. In summary, in slide 11, you see our income approach. We have two methods, which my colleague will explain, and I mentioned before, which consist of using market inputs just for real estate or for both real estate and hospitality. And that's where we present these two sensitivities.
So I will now explain how we come about with how we build.
Microphone, please, and come closer to the microphone.
Yes, excuse me. So I will now go to section 2, where I will explain the components of the cash flows that we use in the DCF. In the slide, you can see the cash flows. This is an example based on Meritage, but you will find that all the different projects have a similar pattern, in which you have an initial period where you have the real estate business, the real estate side of the business, which is followed by the hospitality operations, which is the longer term aspects of this business. For the purposes of this presentation, I will first refer to the real estate cash flows and then to hotel operations cash flows. Moving on to real estate cash flows, these are the ones highlighted in the slide. They have two main components. One is the revenues, that are the sales of units, and the other one is the cost, which is basically the construction costs and the sales costs. Within the construction costs, we're including the construction of the hotel too. The separation includes all the constructions. You will notice that the sales coincide with the construction period, and this is slightly different to what you would expect in the typical real estate project, and this is related to the way it's financed. So you've heard before about the fiduciary trust, and that's why there is this coincidence between the sales and the construction costs. In this slide, we show on the upper graph the fiduciary fund cash flows. That is a fiduciary fund that will receive the cash flows from the free sales of units. They will accumulate in the fiduciary fund until they reach a certain critical mass, which is called the equilibrium point. Once the funds reach this amount, which is determined in the contract and it's a percentage of expected sales, the funds will be transferred to the actual projects, and that's when the construction begins. And that's why when you look at the annuals, this is on a monthly basis. When we looked before at the annual cash flows, you find that the sales and the construction are simultaneous rather than phased. So as my colleague explained, we based our forecast, and I explained also in the prior slides, we based our forecast on the business planning documents of the projects, which we validate with market information. And by market information, it's information that JLL provided to us. In the case of real estate, it refers to prices and costs that are specific to the projects. And there are specifics in that JLL looked at the area of the projects, at the specification of the projects, whether it's luxury, upscale, or what kind of project it is, multi-use, and also the type of units involved in the project. Combined with relevant city-specific inflation indices, JLL provides us the stream of, or the line of annual prices and costs for each project and each kind of unit, which is what I list in the right. So I go back to our forecast. Here I explain how we compute the revenues of the real estate business. And this, just as a reminder, this is the sale of units. And the sale of units, the revenues for the sales of units are calculated based on a sales price per square meter of each unit times the sellable area, which is based on the design of the projects. And this is calculated just as the number of units times the square meter per unit. And these are the component of the revenues. The benchmark we apply is on the sales price, which is what we can benchmark with respect to market information. In the graph, we have the bars showing the sales price per square meter for each project. You will see they differ, and they differ between projects due to the timing and the design of the project specifically in the area. When we compare them to the market prices, which are the orange bars in the graph, I just added the orange bars to the graph I showed in the previous slide, what we find is that the prices included in the business planning documents of the projects on which we base our forecasts are very much in line, if not slightly lower, than the market prices that we benchmarked against, showing that our revenue forecast is conservative. We conducted a similar exercise with costs. The project costs are based on direct construction cost, indirect costs, sales and marketing, and pre-development expenses. With respect to direct construction costs, CBRE agrees that they are very much aligned with their professional opinion. The way we benchmark costs is similar to sales, only that we calculate the total cost per square meter by dividing the total costs divided by the total square meters of each project. And that is what I show in the right. In green, the costs forecasted per square meter forecasted in our model, and in orange, the ones that are observable in the market or that JLL provided to us as market costs. Again, we find that the business planning documents of the project forecast costs that are slightly higher than what the market indicates. Thereby, we have a conservative forecast of costs. Summarizing these 2 points, in the graph to the left, we compare the total revenues of our model in light blue with the total revenues that would result from applying the sales prices. These graphs are for all projects combined. So had we applied the market sales prices, what we find is that revenues would have been higher than the ones that we are using in our assessment. Similarly, in costs, to the right of the slide, what we find is that our cost estimate is very much in line when we aggregate all projects, is very much in line with the ones that would result from using the market data rather than relying on the business planning documents of the projects. Dr. Hearn has 4 main criticisms to our real estate cash flows that I will deal in the next slides. I will respond to them. The first one is related to the sales prices. Dr. Hearn alleges that the forecasted sales prices are higher, exaggerated when compared to historical sales prices. And for this, he gets information for his conclusion from the Fiduciaria Colombiana document, which is the one I show on the upper left. This is actual information on past sales. Dr. Hearn, when doing the analysis, he didn't have the information on the correct allocation of the historical sales to the right phase of the project. Therefore, he assumed that the first 152 units belonged to phase 1. That part is correct, but the second 21 units, he allocates them to phase 4 and 6, whereas these belong to phase 4 in part, so 2 phase 4 houses, and the remaining 19 units belong to phase 6. Used to belong to phase 1, but were reallocated to phase 6. So using the correct allocation of units, I do a comparison between the historical prices, the forecasted prices in the business planning documents, and the market information in the graph to the right. What we see is for phase 1, historical prices have been slightly lower than what was initially forecasted in the business planning documents, and this has an explanation. The explanation is that in the historical sales, there were 2 very higher priced units that hadn't been sold yet. Thereby, the average price is lower than what was forecasted because these were included in the forecasted sales. And also, the historical sales do not include the typical upgrades that would be done to the houses once they were delivered, or to the units. These were apartments, excuse me. Moving on to a second column, these are the units that were reallocated from phase 1 to phase 6 in this case, and these are sales that came after the phase 1 sales. For these sales, we find that the historical price is consistent, or actually it outperformed what was the expected price for these units, which was 5 million Colombian pesos per square meter, and is very much in line with the market prices at 5.8. So it's closer to the market prices than to what was forecasted. Finally, in phase 4, we find the same conclusion, that historical prices were lower than the forecasted and even lower than the market prices. For phases 5 and 6, we don't have actual information on sales, but for the phases that we have, we find that the forecasted prices are in line with the historical and the market. An important thing to point out is that for phase 1, we use the historical information on our DCF. We don't use the forecast, so we use the 4.2. Dr. Hearn's second criticism relates to the speed of sales. Looking at the phase 1 Meritage speed of sales, which is the blue bar that I've circled, he concludes that the speed of sales forecasted, that is the amount of units sold per month for Cartagena, for 50 Heights, and Santa Fe, is too high. We want to point out that Dr. Hearn is ignoring information on phase 1 of the Luxe project, in which 20 units were sold in the first month, thereby showing that the speed of sales is in fact, or has been attained in the past. Here we're going to refer to the costs. Dr. Hearn again compares historical information with the forecasted, claiming that the historical cost per tower actually for phase 1 is lower than what is is higher than what is being forecasted, therefore that the forecasts are too aggressive on costs. In the graph to the left, we show the total costs for phase 1. These are historical costs incurred, and we compare them to phase 2 and 3. Dr. Hearn, based on this information, divides them by the number of towers and arrives to this conclusion. What Dr. Hearn didn't take into account is that the towers have different square meters of built area and different proportion of urbanism, affecting, of course, the price per unit. Therefore, the correct comparison would be excluding urbanism and using the square meters as the indicator, dividing by built square meters. And that's what we show to the right, where we find that the historical costs are slightly higher, very, very similar to the phase 2 and 3 costs. And again, I compare to the market information. And this is the last point on real estate criticisms. Dr. Hearn proposes to compare the EBITDA margin for the real estate business with 2 sets of comparables. The first, none of these comparables is applicable or provides any information on what the expected EBITDA should be for these developments. The sample to the left is composed of construction companies. Risks and expected profits and return of a construction company is not the same as for a development company. And also the key business of the companies in the sample is social housing, which is not related, again, to the business of the claimants or even comparable to the projects. Sample to the right is an emerging markets real estate developers sample. This is produced by Damodaran, but it includes companies that have diversified portfolio of businesses, and only 9 of these companies are in Latin America. Therefore, they don't provide any relevant information on what the expected EBITDA should be. This is a summary of the past slides for your benefit. I will now move on to the hotel operations cash flows and how we constructed them and how we validated them. This is the same graph I showed before, where I highlight the hotel long-term cash flows. These cash flows are composed of the operating revenues, to which we subtract operating costs, the profit sharing agreements in cases in which the units were not owned by the hotel itself, and the management and brand fees. We source this information, as in the real estate business, from the project's business planning documents, and we validate it with market information. The validation we do for hotels is slightly different than what we did for the real estates. We actually do two validations. The first one is a full market approach on the hotel value per key. So we compute the hotel value per key, we compute the value of the hotel. Slow down. Okay. So what we do is we compute the value of the hotel embedded in our DCF assessment, and we compare it to the value that results from a sample of transactions, of actual transactions that took place for hotels that are comparable to the portfolio of hotels held by the claimant. That is what we call the market approach. I will look at it in detail in the next few slides. We also compare, where possible, some of the operating parameters of the hotel, particularly the RevPAR. So in this slide, I will show you the market approach validation we do of the value of the hotel. Our starting point is the value of claimant's hotel's operations portfolio embedded in our DCF. We divide it by the number of keys, and this provides us the value of the hotel per key. So we're able to compare it to these transactions. And this is what I graph in the right. That's a blue bar in the graph. And the orange bars are the comparable hotels' values per key. What's important here, and it refers to the value embedded in our DCF, we're comparing the value of the hotel and once it's operational. When it feeds into our damages assessment, it goes through all the discounting and the risk adjustments that our values go through, and my colleague will explain in the next section. So this is just a comparison of the value of the hotel to validate the parameters and cash flows embedded. Here what we do is we compare the income approach, so the net present value of the hotel operations embedded in our DCF, using the income approach, and the value that would result from using the market approach. And what we find is that they are not significantly different. They're almost the same. We still use the income approach, but both approaches would have provided similar results. So this is a comparison of RevPARs. Now we're moving on to the operating parameters of the hotels. We explain this in our report. We compare the RevPAR of the claimant's hotels with the Charlie to find that's in line. And then we verify that the Cartagena hotels have a premium over the rest of Colombia using the STR information. We explain this in our reports. Dr. Hearn has two criticisms to our hotel cash flow forecasts and market approach. One is related to the comparability of the sample, and the second one to the EBITDA margin. With respect to the comparability of the sample, Dr. Hearn claims there's a correlation between the room values and the values per key of hotels, and that thereby the sample is not comparable since the room rates. So based on one observation of the room rates collected during COVID, he concludes that the samples are not comparable because the room rates for the sample are higher than for Medellin. What I show in the graph is that there's no such clear correlation between the hotel value per key and Dr. Hearn's sample of room rates. Therefore, you find, for example, that at the same hotel value per key, you have different room rates. So there's no statistical reason to do any kind of adjustment. Similar arguments apply to Dr. Hearn's allegation that an adjustment is warranted for country risk premium. There's no correlation between the hotel value per key and the country risk premium that would warrant any adjustment. And the same we conclude for his proposal to adjust the sample for the tourism contribution to GDP of each country from which the sample is collected. With respect to the hotel EBITDA margin, once again, Dr. Hearn proposes to use samples that are not comparable. And in the case of the hospitality business, it's even trickier because the calculation of the EBITDA cannot be, it is very likely that different companies report EBITDA in different ways. It depends on where they report the FF&E, where they report the fees. Therefore, even as an observation, it's not really comparable. Comparisons are usually made at the RevPAR level or value per key level, as we do. Besides that, the samples provided by Dr. Hearn are not comparable to the claimant's hotels. The first sample is based on hotel chains that include portfolios exceeding, in some cases, 100 hotels, which is not comparable to operations of a single hotel, which is the value we're looking for. With respect to the sample he names Colombian luxury hotels, these are based on parent company's data, again, not individual hotels that would be relevant to assess EBITDA margins. And with respect to Professor Damodaran's emerging markets hotel sample, once again, it's a very broad and unspecific to the projects, and it includes also gaming companies. So this is a summary of the hotel criticisms, and I will conclude this section comparing the value of damages under our income approach and the value that will result from using, in the middle column, the real estate parameters, that is prices and costs. So validation of revenues and costs. And the third one is we replace all information for market information, that is prices and costs for real estate and the full value of the hotel per key using market information from transactions. And with this, I conclude this section.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me turn now to the issue of risk and how we've accounted for risk in this, in our assessment. The main thing as analysts we seek out to do in this type of situation is to make sure that we account for risks in the correct place. Because if we don't, we risk over-risking or under-risking the projects and therefore underestimating value or overestimating value. In this case, I can provide you with a framework that is summarizing risk in terms of 4 key categories. Demand risk, and let me address each of them and how we've addressed it. In the case of Meritage and Luxe, the proof of concept had been established and the pre-sales took place. In fact, in Luxe, there were deliveries made. In Cartagena, 450 Heights, Santa Fe, and the expansion of the claimant's pipeline, we have projects in development with expectations, with a long lead time for those projects to come to fruition. But skeptical as we should be, we've risked them with an additional probability of failure based on empirical data, which I will explain. In terms of operational risk, this means sales prices, costs, timing, delivery, construction, overruns, etc. We're using underwriting model assumptions that provide an expected value. And granted that these models, to be perfectly honest, they're pretty messy. They're big models, lots of spreadsheets, lots of tabs, lots of numbers. They actually depict a simple business. This is not an innovative business that we have to worry about. Is the market going to absorb this? Is the market going to adopt it? Are we going to come to market at the right time? Or is a competitor going to launch the app first, and therefore making us irrelevant? This is an established business model. In terms of industry, country risk, time value of money, etc., we've accounted for all of that using an industry-wide market variables in a standard international CAPM model to calculate the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, for the projects, considering with and without different tax situations that each of the projects faced. And finally, in terms of financing, and by this I mean funding shortfalls, because as my colleague explained, large part of the real estate development that in itself also pays for much of and some of the overall development and shared facilities. In terms of funding shortfalls, if any, we know that when construction loans were needed, they were procured and secured in Luxe and Meritage. And in terms of the other projects, we know that those projects are solvent. They have positive net present values. I think even according to Dr. Hearn, and his model, they would have positive net present values. Therefore, one needs to consider that these projects being solvent and being NPV positive, a solution will arise and has to be considered to be reasonably obtainable, as it was with the projects that existed. And in the worst case, one can model delays and sensitivities to additional financing costs, but cannot and can even go further and say that one could face dilution of equity. This was a very creative entrepreneur new launch of a business when it started back in the aughts. And what you see in the Charlie Hotel was that he ended up not really owning except for the management of the hotel, which I think basically allowed him, or maybe part of the hotel he did, but the funding mechanism allowed for the building of the hotel via third-party private equity. On slide 42, I show you that once the cash flows that we've calculated, as my colleague explained, are laid out in nominal terms, we've applied these discount rates and failure rates and adjustments for risk, and the reduction is extremely substantial, as it should be. Turning on to the issue of failure rates, what we looked at is a database that is kept by the Bureau of Labor Statistics since 1994. It's got hundreds of data points, and for hospitality and for real estate, we can see based on this empirical data of closure of businesses in a particular sector. They do a survey and we can tell what percentage of businesses that were active in a particular year were still active 4 years later. 4 years being approximately when these projects reach their equilibrium point. That's why it's so important to risk the projects previous to their equilibrium point. And that's why we risk Cartagena, 450 Heights, and Santa Fe, Antioquia. We risk further the what we would refer to as the terminal value, or the additional expansion pipeline, with an additional risk factor of 40% reduction or 61% success rate. These success rates or failure rates, or one minus the other, are calculated based on the data I explained, plus an addition because the Bureau of Labor Statistics data says all these businesses closed. What it doesn't tell you is that some of these businesses closed because they were acquired, so they were successful closures. And there's other literature that provides us with an indicator of how many of the businesses that are closed are estimated to be closed due to successful closure or acquisition. In reference to our numbers, we have JLL coming up with their own estimate, ranging from 81% at the lower end, if you accept some of Dr. Hearn's points, to 90%, which was their original starting point. I think we heard today 15% is what they consider adequate, given some of the criticisms that they received. Dr. Hearn cites to Professor De Motoren at 48% before adjustment for successful closure. Once applied, that would be a 66% success rate. So in reality, regarding this issue of risk of failure, we're all converging, if you apply the risk of the adjustment for successful closure, to somewhere between 66 and 80%. We are at 77% for year 4 projects and 61% for year 9 projects. Turning on to the discount rate, this is how we've estimated our discount rate based on the standard CAPM for the cost of equity plus a cost of debt, each weighted according to the respective weight on the capital structure of a typical firm in hotel, and then we have one for real estate. Here we just showed hotel to make the slide less crowded. We reach a conclusion of about 8% in our discount rate. Dr. Hearn reaches a conclusion of a 19% discount rate for a hotel business in Colombia. He himself acknowledges that he's reaching that conclusion because he adds a premium for startup. We disagree fundamentally with the characterization of this ongoing business as a startup, and we disagree methodologically with the notion of putting startup risk in the discount rate, and we've provided quite a bit of literature on why one should not do that and how risky it is to start plugging the discount rate with risk adders that one doesn't exactly know or could explain why or how they reflect what they're meaning to reflect. I'll come back to that in a minute. We have 4 main disagreements depicted in this slide. Let me turn to each of them. I'll leave you with that slide just as a summary. On slide 45, we have main disagreement on cost of debt and on country risk premium. Both of these suffer from similar problems in Dr. Hearn's estimation, and that is that we both are seeking to discount US dollar cash flows, and therefore we both agree we need a US dollar based interest rate. But Dr. Hearn, despite the fact that it is standard and proven to use the more liquid, the more transparent market, that is the US equities and debt markets, to obtain that information and then add a country risk premium, instead of doing that standard approach, he goes on to the Colombian market and says, well, let's look at the cost of debt of Colombian companies. Let's look at the cost of debt of Colombia as a sovereign state to fund itself. Let's look at this information in Colombian pesos, then converts it to dollars, which requires some permutation using inflation expectations, devaluation expectations, and so on, to reach a US dollar rate. So in other words, he has to go through several paths and permutations to come back to the same thing that the screens on Bloomberg can already tell us. Regarding the market risk premium, this is an important part of the WACC. It says how much more do equities demand above the risk-free rate. In between 1928 and 2016, that was 4.62%, calculated as all financial analysts do, which is the geometric average between those periods. And there are statistical reasons why this is done via geometric average. In contrast, or in comparison to that, we have a survey that is done every year, published by Graham and Harvey, two academics. It's a survey of CFOs. These are people who are managing portfolios in their businesses. They conclude, depending on the year, between 2010 and 2017, a range between 3 and 4%. We're above that. Also, another survey by Burke and DeMarzo says 3 to 5%. We're still within the upper end of that range. Dr. Hearn provides a calculation, only one data point, not other sources, no support other than, I think, a paper in which he submits that the arithmetic average should be used at 6.2% for the historical and for projected market risk premium. I think we've provided plenty of evidence to debunk that. On the issue of the beta, which is the volatility of a particular sector or industry relative to that equities market, we calculated the beta using the Bloomberg or the US market for hospitality and the US market of equities for real estate. And why is that so important? Because we're adding a country risk premium for Colombia. We cannot do things twice, overcount them, overlap them. We do a US dollar WACC, and then we apply a country risk premium. That is the clean way of knowing where each of the risks are. Dr. Hearn instead does a blended risk-free rate for Colombia that includes that country risk premium, and then computes a beta for non-US hospitality and real estate equities. So therefore, those equities, companies that trade in foreign markets and operate in foreign markets, will necessarily double count the country risk of those emerging markets, because that's the sample he used, one for emerging markets. I know I have 2 minutes left, and I'll hurry up. Those countries include Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Egypt, Zambia. He excludes a reversion to one adjustment, which is a simple process that is accepted. And he says that within that sample that he found for emerging markets, which by the way includes casinos, that he had JLL removed from their sample, his includes casinos and gaming. He then takes a subsample of these emerging market companies and says, let's take the ones that are undiversified. Why? Because I want to price startup risk, additionally to the risk of failure, additionally to all the risks he puts on the cash flows. He wants to put a startup risk in the beta. Again, we have a quote from Demodoran here saying why you should not do that. In fact, I didn't put the other part of the quote. Demodoran at BRG 60 calls that sloppiness, his words. On slide 48, to finish with issues of risk, I just want to touch on the issue of the internal rate of return. The IRR, as you gentlemen know, is the rate that a set of cash flows that reconciles a set of cash flows, first negative and then positive, with a net present value of 0. It says what is the internal rate of return. That's why it's called internal rate of return. it's not something that we plug as analysts. It's something that we observe in a set of cash flows. It says, if we have to reconcile these negative investments with these positive revenues, what rate makes them whole? Well, that internal rate of return, by definition, is the rate that makes NPV equal 0. So if we are going to discount an internal rate of return, you already know the answer. It's going to be 0, or very close to 0 if the IRR is for the business and not necessarily for that very specific investment. Dr. Hearn suggests that these projects, his words, quote, these project IRRs can be interpreted as the claimant's own estimates of the appropriate discount rate for the projects. That is obviously incorrect. Interest rate, IRRs, you might wonder, why are they even mentioned? Why do investors look at them? For two reasons. They want to know and compare projects across. Investors might want to say, this project's offering me a 30% IRR, this project's offering me a 20% IRR, this project's in Colombia and the other project is in Brazil. I might have to ponder what risk tolerance and which one seems better given those conditions. But they're not used to discount, and certainly not the project's own IRRs to discount. The other way in which investors use IRRs is as hurdle rates. I'm sure you've heard the term hurdle rates. And that means, are these projects attractive enough to overcome a certain hurdle? Okay. And if you ever see any documents in which an investor or an analyst discounts at the IRR, is to actually test and compare projects across, or because they're looking at very, very long-term IRRs, which for industries at large as a whole in very long periods may converge to their industry's cost of capital. What you would never do is look at a project's own IRR, at the prospects and so on, and say, let's discount at that number. That number is inherent in that valuation. In discounting at that number will necessarily produce a value close to 0. We have a slide on pre-award interest here. We use the cost of debt for a real estate and hospitality business in Colombia, the average of the two at 5%, in order to bring 2017 damages to present time, to the date of our second report so far. That compares to Colombia's own cost of borrowing, sovereign cost of borrowing, relatively similar. They're between 3.5% and 4.7%. That's an important coincidence, because it means that an IOU in the form of an award from Colombia has a rate similar, but not lower than Colombia's own cost of borrowing. And you understand the risk of it being lower, being that the priority of payment becomes, I would say, non-pari passu. It becomes disincentivized to pay. In comparison with this, Dr. Hearn proposed that the cost of debt for these projects should be 10%. So according to our logic, but his rates, pre-award interest would more than double. With this and this summary on slide 51, we conclude our presentation, including the numbers my colleague showed you before, plus interest rates, prejudgment interest, pardon me. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Who would be in charge of
Mr. Dawood
cross-examination?
on our side. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Bambassi. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Delepiane.
Hi.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for being here today. So you've got the cross bundle. This is a cross bundle. I'm sure you're familiar with cross bundles. It has documents in it. You have your presentation and your two reports. Before we get into your reports, I want to, can you please go to slide 34 of your presentation?
Yes.
Yes, I'm just waiting for... slide 34. So, can you please confirm that this slide responds to the comment Dr. Hearn made in his first report and his second report, where you have, I can see it in the source. If you look at the source, you have a reference to his first report, paragraphs 218 to 221, and second report, paragraphs 91b and 94.
That's correct, yes.
That's correct, okay. Was there any, on the point on which this slide responds, was there any difference between what Dr. Hearn said in his first report and his second report?
I cannot recall exactly if he expanded on this point in his second report or not.
Okay, well, can you please turn to tab 1 of your bundle? That's Dr. Hearn's second report.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to paragraph 94, for example, the one you quote. Paragraph 94 is at page
94, sorry.
45.
Yeah.
You see that it says the crucial question for BRG's market cross-check is whether the BRG JLL comparator hotels are comparable to the claimant's hotels. If they're not, we cannot use them as comparators in the market-based cross-check. As explained above, in my first report, I presented evidence that BRG's alleged comparator hotels are located in countries with lower risks. So that's all things he said in the first report. And then if you keep going down in paragraph 94 in the next page, page 46, the last sentence, which is at the second line, neither BRG nor JLL have responded to this evidence or presented any evidence that the alleged comparator hotels are comparable to the claimant's hotels in terms of value per room. Do you see all of that?
I read that, yes.
Yes, okay. So I don't see anything new here compared to the first report.
So if you go to paragraph 92, it starts with, I don't remember exactly all the paragraph, but it starts with, in its second report, BRG argues that differences in country risk are stronger hospitality sectors, and it continues. It is unclear why BRG refers to what, so it seems he's responding to our response from our second report.
But
right?
this slide 34, does it relate to what he says at paragraph 92 or 94?
I think it refers also to the comparability of the samples, to our response we gave in our second report with respect to the comparability of the sample, it seems.
You're not mentioning 92 here in your sources, for example. I'm not gonna dwell on that, but
I cannot confirm either. I'm just reading this, and it seems as if it's responding to something we responded. I don't remember exactly. Like I studied both reports in simultaneity.
you can later on look at paragraphs 91 to 94. The point is that you could have provided that answer in your second report. You did not, and you provided it today.
So this is, yeah, I mean, we provided this graph. This is just organizing the information that's on the record. It's not something new that we introduced or anything.
So there is no new point being made today? You've made that point in your second report?
No, we haven't made exactly this point. We're just
Okay,
organizing
exactly.
information
That's my
differently.
point, is that the point you're making... Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
My point is, the point you're making at slide 34 could have been made in your second report. It was not. It was made today. That's fine. I'm not gonna go look further in your presentation on points like that. We can, I think, start with your by looking at your reports, if you may. So sorry, before I start asking questions, so I assume you're familiar with Tribunal's Procedure Order 10, that each of you would answer, like, for each question, one expert would answer. And
Yes.
yes, that kind of question you can either answer. So I assume that's fine. Is there a clear delimitation between the questions each of you address? If there isn't, it's not a problem.
There isn't. We will make sure not to duplicate any answers or supplement. We are both responsible for the entire contents, and we've focused on a few topics in preparation for today, but as per the slides.
Okay, so if you please go to your second report, page 28. Table 2. So this is a table that has the summary of the damages to Mr. Seda. And in this table, we see a loss in Mr. Seda's equity and a loss in fees. Do you see that?
Yes.
So, and then the next page, page 29, table 3, you have a table for the loss in equity of the other claimants, meaning the claimants other than Mr. Seda. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, if we take the Meritage project as an example, I assume you're familiar that with the structure. The Meritage project is owned by a company called Newport SAS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the Newport SAS, in turn, some of its shares are owned by Royal Realty.
Can I look? We have a footnote where we explain the ownership. I don't have
Of
it
course.
off the top of my head who's exactly each
It
claim.
probably is in your
think
first
it's in the
report,
first
page
report.
7.
Page 7, you said?
I mean, you tell me, you know your
No, it's
report
helpful
better.
if you tell me. I don't
I'm trying
remember
to-
exactly the pages of my report. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly the ownership of Royal Realty on Meritage. I would be lying if I don't
To simplify matters, let's simplify matters and say that Mr. Seda owns shares in Royal Realty, and Royal Realty in turn owns shares in Newport, and Newport owns the Meritage project, the land and everything on it.
I can take
mean-
it as a hypothetical, yes.
Sorry?
That I can take, you want me to take that? I cannot confirm that. I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
take it as
you
a
can
hypothetical
take
for
it.
the next question if you want.
That's much too fast and overlapping.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, you can take it as, you can assume that's true. I represent that. Okay, now my question is, when you talk about loss in equity to Mr. Seda, what you calculate here is the loss to the fair market value of the shares owned by Mr. Seda in Royal Realty. Is that correct?
I don't think we made the distinction. It's the loss in Mr. Seda's ownership of the Meritage project.
Okay, but I'm gonna ask you to try to be a bit more precise about this question. So, Mr. Seda, and that also has implications, legal implications. Mr. Seda doesn't own himself the Meritage project. Like if you
That's
look
what
at
I.
if you look at the title to the assets or the project, they're not held by Mr. Seda. They're held by a company called Newport.
I don't think we did the analysis at that level of detail on the ownership or the legal implications.
So you just assume that because Mr. Seda owns shares in a company that owns shares in a company that owns the project, that necessarily any loss to the project is a loss to Mr. Seda pro rata to his indirect share.
Unless instructed differently, we would. But I cannot confirm we did it this way.
Okay, but I mean, is that a purely legal matter? Because it seems to me that you would have to determine what asset was damaged in order to value the damage. You
We
haven't done
usually
that.
don't. Sorry, I overlapped again. I'm sorry.
That's
We
fine.
usually don't make a distinction. I cannot confirm whether in this case we received an instruction to do a distinction, to make a distinction or not.
Okay.
I really cannot remember that.
Okay. I represent to you that the claimants and claimants can object if they see a reason to, that the claimants consider that their investment in this, for the purposes of this arbitration, is their shares in the company, in, let's say, Royal Realty for Meritage, okay, not the asset itself in Meritage. That I'm not
That's
asking.
equity.
Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about the equity. Again, maybe let's look at it from a different angle. You're talking about loss to equity. You're not talking about loss to the project. So there has to be a loss to an equity here.
We compute loss to equity, which is, my colleague had a slide on that, which is that we start by computing the value of the project, and then we subtract the debt, we make all the risk adjustments, we subtract the actual, and then we allocate by claimant's shareholdings.
Yes, but the equity here that lost something, it has to be an equity of Mr. Seda, held by Mr. Seda in a company, right?
So we have
That's what
loss to Mr. Seda as an equity holder, and we have losses to other claimants as equity holders.
Okay. Okay, but Mr. Seda has, so the loss here is a loss to the value of shares held by Mr. Seda.
Loss
Correct.
in value of equity held by Mr. Seda. I don't think, or I cannot recall we made any distinction on how we measured the equity in the number of shares, or if these are a vehicle company or not.
I'm asking a simple question. The loss to an equity here, it's a term you've used in your report.
Loss
The
in the
lo-
value of equity, yes.
The loss to value of equity, equity means shares, right?
Usually, but it can be held directly or indirectly. I don't remember having analyzed the whole.
Let's simplify things. Let's forget about whether it's direct or indirect. Let's say Mr. Seda owns equity and owns shares in a company, and the company owns the project. Okay? You're with me?
Yes.
And when you say we're valuing the loss to an equity, that's a loss to the shares owned by Mr. Seda.
We look at it as a percentage stake on equity. So usually what we do is we compute the value of equity but for, value of equity or loss in equity, which is the difference between but for and actual, and we allocate by a percentage.
Yes, that's mechanically what
equity
you've
held.
done. That's mechanically what you've done. I'm asking now just conceptually. First thing I look at your report, the first thing I ask is, this is a loss to what? So I see loss to equity, so I assume that means loss to shares held by Mr. Seda. Loss to the value of shares. Now I understand that because there is a loss in the project, that could result in a loss to the value of shares.
Okay. I really don't fully understand the question. We make a more general analysis maybe where we calculate what's the percentage stake of Mr. Seda in the equity of the projects. And we then compute the reduction in the equity times the percentage that is held by Mr. Seda. We don't make an analysis, or we haven't made an analysis exactly of the shares and how the shares are held.
Okay.
We have a percentage stake in equity.
Okay, I'm going to proceed on the basis that if you're not comfortable with this from an economic point of view, although, I mean, I don't see why, but that's not the point. Let's proceed on the basis that here we're determining the loss in value to number of shares owned by Mr. Seda. Can you assume that?
I'm not trying to be difficult. You're making a distinction that is not relevant in the economics. We calculate a percentage stake. I feel that shares might have a legal implication I'm not aware of. So I haven't, if you're asking me, did I analyze the shares? I haven't. I analyzed the percentage stake. How that percentage stake was held, I only look at the implications in the economics.
But
I don't want to really speak about something that exceeds what's the economics and the percentage stake.
The percentage stake is a percentage in the shares of a company, right?
It can be direct, it can be indirectly held
Yes,
via
direct or
company, it can
indirect.
be in many ways. And
Direct or indirect, it's a percentage in the shares of a company. Maybe directly, maybe indirectly. But we're talking about shares here.
I think it might, but I think it's a simplification, so I'm not sure. I cannot answer that question.
Okay. I would have thought that the simplification is not to consider the point at all, but that's fine. Okay, now you determine a loss in fair market value. Okay, and to determine that loss in fair market value, you use a DCF methodology. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And generally, when you look at throughout your report, you make a distinction between hotel businesses and real estate businesses.
We do so for purposes of the forecast because the drivers are different, yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna generally focus on the hotel business in my questions,
Okay.
but some questions may be general in nature and therefore potentially can apply to both.
Okay.
Now, if we try to see how you've determined the loss in fair market value, if you can please go to your first report, paragraph 83.
Yes.
Now it says the price resulting from a valuation in accordance with FMV will always be greater than or equal to the value perceived to the hypothetical voluntary seller and less than or equal to the value perceived by the hypothetical voluntary buyer. Therefore, FMV represents an equilibrium price between the value placed upon the business by the buyer and that by the seller. Okay, and then if we go down to paragraph 84, you say, considering this equilibrium, an FMV valuation excludes forced sales or other sales that occur under situations of pressure, time constraints, or lack of liquidity. Do you see that?
Yes.
So if we're looking at forced sales to try to understand, is it the point that if you have a transaction where the buyer is under pressure, he could potentially pay a higher price than he would otherwise, and therefore it would be inflated, for example?
Could be, yes.
Is that roughly
That's one
what is meant?
example.
Yeah.
Well, it's many examples now, but that could be one example of a forced sale where the buyer is forced to purchase at a higher price.
Okay, so the idea is that FMV should be based on transactions where you don't have a forced sale, because in the example I gave, the asset that was sold in a forceful manner or bought in a forceful manner would have a value different from the FMV.
Yes, the FMV assumes a transaction that is voluntary and arm's length with no forced or pressures to the parties.
Okay. And okay, so you talk also about pressure, which I assume is, I mean, similar to forced sales, time constraints, lack of liquidity. Lack of liquidity, what do you mean? A transaction where you have lack of liquidity?
Where a seller is forced to sell because they have a lack of liquidity. So they sell at a price that is lower than the fair market value.
Because they need money, and what? And whatever they're selling is, well, is not money, so it's less liquid? Is that the point?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're selling an asset, for example, that is not liquid, then the seller can sell it at a lower price than the FMV?
It's not necessarily the asset. It can be the owner of an asset who has a need for liquidity for some business or personal reasons. A person that sells their car because they need cash. It applies to many circumstances. So this is a general definition, so it can apply to many circumstances.
So do you mean that it's either that the seller needs liquidity, or the asset being sold is not liquid enough? Among other things.
The examples I can think of are usually about the seller, not really about the asset. It could be both, but
So if you have an asset that is not liquid in the sense that you don't have a big market to sell it at, would that have an impact on the price at which you sell or not?
no, that's not what lack of liquidity means here. It means that the asset is lacking the liquidity to continue operating. But there's a means that it's not the liquidity of the price. It's not the market for the asset. It refers to the liquidity in the operations of the asset of the company, or the person who's selling, or the buyer.
So if you have an asset that doesn't have enough liquidity, you will sell it. In that case, the FMV will take into account the fact that the asset lacks liquidity, or
No, we should exclude the. Sorry, I spoke over you. We should exclude the transaction because if it's a transaction that was driven by lack of liquidity, it does not reflect the fair market value. That's what it's saying.
Okay.
That it's not an indicator of fair market value.
Okay. Now, can you please turn to your second report at at paragraph 14. That's page 9. So that's a point that concerns hotels. As I told you, I'm mostly going to focus on hotels. Do you have it? It says, in our analysis, we validate the assessment of the fees and equity holdings that Mr. Seda and the other claimants would have received from their hospitality projects in the absence of the measures, using a market transaction analysis based on the value per key metric. Then based on a sample of majority stake acquisitions in the hospitality industry in Latin America provided by JLL. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, when you say majority stake acquisitions, what do you mean? Do you mean an acquisition of more than 50% of the shares of a company?
I don't remember exactly if it's 50% or if it was a higher threshold for the majority, but it means that it's a relevant stake in the company, that we excluded any minority transfer of shares. Like if it's a 5% transfer, we excluded. I don't remember exactly the threshold was 50%, sometimes it's 80, or it could be higher.
So at least 50 and sometimes higher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the JLL acquisitions, sample of acquisitions, that's why it's limited to majority stake acquisitions.
Yes.
Yes. And is that because if you take a minority stake acquisition, it will that will change something in the value? Like if you had if JLL had included minority stake acquisitions, would this have driven their value per key metric down?
It would have required for those transactions that are minority to make some adjustment for ownership, for majority ownership.
And what does that mean concretely? They would have.
You have to make an adjustment upwards. A majority stake has a higher value than a minority stake per unit, no? When you divide it.
Okay, so a majority stake has a higher value than a minority stake.
Per unit.
Per-
No, not in the aggregate.
In that case, well, here you're talking about value per key metric provided by JLL, and in general, that's a general principle. Like if we look at anything else in your model, is anything where if for any assumption, you should also always exclude minority stakes. Let me simplify the question. Can we generally say a majority stake is worth more than a minority stake?
With all the caveats, right? So we have two comparable samples. If you have one that is majority, one is minority, and they satisfy all the comparability, yes.
Okay. And for FMV, you look at majority or minority?
So we're looking at the full value of the hotel, so it's a majority.
Yes, but if you want to look at market transactions, would you compare with one? You want to determine the FMV. Would you compare with a market transaction only if it's a majority stake, or you can also look at minority stake?
So in general, the methodology also allows to look at minority stake. Classic example is when you look at the prices for public companies, which is traded prices for individual shares, individual equity, and in that case, you apply a premium. You can still apply the methodology, you just have to make some adjustments.
Okay, so in that case, the majority stake also has more value than the minority stake?
Sorry, I spoke away. So if the object of your valuation is a majority stake, you can use either, you have to look at all the criteria for comparability. Assuming that you have satisfied all the criteria of comparability, you can use a majority stake, no additional adjustment required. You use a minority stake, which is the example of public traded companies when you use price of traded prices, and you make an adjustment. It doesn't discard the methodology, it just requires an adjustment.
Okay, and if we're looking at a company, and you have two shareholders, one has a majority and one has a minority, is the value per share higher for the one that has a majority than the one that has a minority?
It depends. It depends. Because if they are selling jointly, it has the same value. The difference is when you're selling a majority stake or when you're selling a minority stake. When you're selling the whole equity of a company, the proportional value, except for some special shareholding agreement, would be uniformly distributed.
Okay. And if a minority shareholder is selling alone, he would have a lower, the value of his shares would be lower than if he was a majority shareholder. Yes,
if a majority shareholder sells one share, he will have a lower value than if he sells the full packet of shares.
Okay. In that case, if you look at page 7 of your first report, the footnote we were looking at, we see, so that's footnote 12, first report, page 7. We see, for example, that in 450 Heights, Mr. Seda has 100%, so that's clearly a majority stake. In Santa Fe, he has 82%. That's, I assume it's probably a majority stake. Would you agree?
Depends on the case, but yeah, you can assume.
Cartagena, 70%.
Yes.
However, Meritage, 48%. That's a minority, not by much, but it's a minority. I mean, not by much if we assume it's 50%.
It's not as linear, as simple as you put it, but okay, yeah.
I mean, you told me majority
it's
is
okay, it's okay.
at the very least 50%, and Luke say 33%. That's a minority.
Yes.
And then if we go down to the other shareholders, that's footnote 13. I'm not going to take the percentages one by one, but you have they're between 0.5 and I think 6%. So these are all clearly minority stakes.
Yeah, but this is the situation in which we're valuing the change in value in equity as a whole. We're not building a scenario in which each individual shareholder goes to a market and sells their shareholding. We're valuing the equity, and then we distribute uniformly between the equity holders, which is a different exercise to the one we were discussing before, where I have a subject of my valuation, which is a majority shareholder, and I go look to the market for comparable information on prices, and I only find minority shareholders. That's a situation in which a majority shareholder is going to a market and minority shares are going to a market. In that case, you need an adjustment. In this case, we're valuing the equity as a whole. So there's no, it's different situations. In this case, it's not relevant for value, the shareholding. It's just a percentage times the change in value in equity.
Well, it's not relevant to the exercise you've done because you haven't even looked at what you're valuing. You haven't asked yourself the question, what is this loss in equity I'm valuing?
The loss in equity is the loss in the value of a project minus the value of the debt. I have looked at that and I have valued it.
Okay, well, I mean, if there's a person in the world that understands loss in equity as loss to the value of a share, would you agree that if we're valuing in that case, in the present case, if we're valuing the loss to shares held by different claimants, would you agree that the shares held by minority shareholders would have less value than those held by a majority shareholder?
Sorry, let me read the question.
If, assuming that what you are asked to do, if I'm asking you to value a loss, a value, a but-for value of shares held by the different claimants in that case. If that is an exercise you're asked to do, would the value held in the same company held by a minority shareholder be lower than that held by a majority shareholder? Not if they're selling together, they're selling separately.
But it doesn't have to be, like it has to be separate transactions. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will continue my focus on hotels. So if we're looking at the different projects you've looked into in your reports, at the valuation date, which is January 2017 in your report,
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
the valuation date that you've used is January 2017, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the valuation date, was any of the hotels in the different projects operational?
The Charlene Medellin was operational. You mean the hotels developed by claimant, or the hotels that are subject to my evaluation?
Subject to your valuation. The ones
Okay, so
we're
Charlie is
valuing.
not subject to evaluation, but the Charlie was operational. And from the ones that are subject to my evaluation, I understand that the Luxe was close to completing construction.
But was it operational?
No,
So it wasn't making any money.
the hotel itself, as of the date of evaluation, wasn't. No, it didn't start. You remember my graph with the cash flows by the date of valuation? The hotel hadn't started operating. It wasn't finished. They didn't finish building it.
So we can't use the Luxe Hotel to look and say to use as an example for how a hotel in that project would do in terms of attracting clients who would come and stay for different periods. We can't look at actual data and see in them for example, the occupancy rate of the hotel, because we have no idea because the hotel never started operating in the first place. Is that correct?
We have forecasts, we have market information, and that's why we relied also on evidence from
Yeah,
the
but
Charlie in Medellin.
I'm not talking about forecasts now. I'm
If you're
talking
ask-
about
yeah.
actual performance.
No, I cannot source information on occupancy from the Luxe because it was not finished yet by the time of data evaluation.
Meritage wasn't finished either.
It wasn't finished either. It was also in construction.
Yeah, Meritage was. Meritage wasn't even in construction.
I understand that part of the construction expenses of phase 1 include common areas and parts of the hotel too. So it wasn't formally in construction, like the phase 2 wasn't for phases 2 and 3 are the hotel, but some of the construction that took place in phase 1 was related to the hotel.
Okay, well, if we go to page 32 of your second report, for example, that's a very helpful table, table 4, that shows what each phase contains, and
Page 32, you said?
32, yes, table
Yes.
4 of your second report. So if I'm looking at the Meritage phases 2 and 3, they have aparta suites, so that's extensive stay hotel, or yeah. And then phase 3 says combined with phase 2, which I understand meaning like they're both together.
Phases 2 and 3 are the construction of the Meritage Hotel. Yes.
Okay. And in phase 1, yeah, I'm seeing retail units and apartments. I'm not seeing hotel. Now maybe there's a detail you haven't put in that.
I can explain that to you. So when we did our model, and we allocated all the historical costs to phase 1, which was the one that was completely sold. However, within those costs, we included, because you cannot separate exactly which costs belong, there is common areas, right? You have the general gate, you have roads, so you cannot exactly separate the costs per area. For simplicity in our model, we included all the historical costs in phase 1, but we understand that part of the phase 1 construction costs would belong or would be allocated to the different phases.
Well, hotel itself,
The hotel was not operational.
and was not in construction, the hotel. I mean, you're telling me there are areas that are common between the hotel and
Yes.
and real estate that was in construction, but the hotel was not in construction.
Yes.
Now, so if we're looking at the claimants' projects, there were no hotels operational. You cannot look at them and say, well, actually, this project, in terms of hotels, has a track record of performance of X, because none of them had started operating.
Yes, and that's why we don't make we base our forecast on business plans, but we also go to the market and look for hotel values per keys, because we couldn't benchmark with the market exactly all the parameters as we could for the real estate business.
Yes. So you do two things. You received models from the claimants, from Mr. Seda mainly,
Business planning documents.
Yes. and you've used them to get your assumptions, and then you've compared with data provided by JLL.
Market data, yeah.
Market
data collected by JLL based on market transactions, actual transactions on hotels, yes.
Yes. Now I'm not going to get into the data from JLL. We've had the cross of JLL today. I don't know if you've seen it. Also, there's Dr. Hearn's reports have a lot of comments on the JLL data, and why in his opinion they're not proper comparators. So I'm not going to get into that. My point now is you've used the claimant's models, underwriting models, you call them, I think, or how do you call them?
So it's several documents. So in general, we call them business planning documents. Individually, we have underwriting models, we have appraisal models, we have actual information on sales, actual information on construction completion, construction that was still to be executed.
So, yeah. Okay, but if we're talking about hotels, there are no sales, so you don't have anything on the revenue the hotel is bringing. You don't have actual data about the revenue that any of the hotels in question is achieving.
I'm confused. You asked me where I was sourcing my forecasts. I am sourcing my forecast from business planning documents.
Because you're saying we got actual performance data on the hotels.
So we don't, yeah, excuse me. So the sales are phase one, that's related to real estate, but the construction cost, we have actual information on the construction cost for the Luxe Hotel.
Yes.
So it's a combination of actual information, actual macroeconomic information. I think it's mostly appraisals models when it refers to hotels, but I don't remember if they all have exactly the same name.
Okay.
It's a combination of all that information.
So again, so that we don't mix everything up.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. The interpreters are really having a hard trouble following. Sorry. Slow down a little bit.
Sorry. So we don't mix real estate and hotels. I'm only talking about hotels now. In terms of actual performance that you can base your assumptions on or compare, in terms of revenue for the hotels, you have nothing. Is that correct?
We have relied on comparisons in revenues with the Charlie and other market comparables.
That's Charlie, but
Yeah.
But for the ones you're actually valuing, you have no actual performance data on the revenues.
No, because they're not operating yet.
Yes. And then you have part of you have data on the construction costs for part of one hotel. That's the Luxe.
72%, yeah.
Yes. And the costs is only one part of the story. You also have to look at revenues to get the full picture.
To future cash flows, yeah.
And so when you say you have the Charlie, now the Charlie has 42 rooms, right?
Yes.
Okay. If we're looking at your page 32, the same table, if we're looking at the Meritage, for example, it has 300 aparta suites.
Yes.
Okay. That's roughly 7 times bigger than the Charlie.
Yes.
Okay. The Luxe has 116.
Yes.
That's almost 3 times the Charlie.
Yes, and the Luxe also has some of the cabañas that are rented via the hotel. So the hotel has revenues from these 116 rooms, and it also has revenues for the rental of some cabañas, so it's actually slightly higher.
I'm talking about really hotels.
No, but that's in the hotel cash flows. That's why I'm
Sure,
adding it.
but I'm talking about like what a normal person would look at and say, oh, that's a hotel. So the cabañas, I know they get rented, but
Yeah. I'm just saying it's within the hotel cash flows. If we're talking hotel cash flows, it's within the hotel cash flows.
no, I understand that, but I'm saying like for a lay person, like I've rented apartments before, I never call them hotels. So the cabañas aren't a hotel in that sense. For a lay person, I know maybe you call them hotel in your report, but
No,
I'm
they're
not criticizing that. I'm just saying,
Okay.
I'm just confirming that the cabañas aren't a hotel in the normal sense of the word.
It's a semantics, but in our model and in the business model, these cabañas were sold to owners, and these owners could put them in a rental pool, and this would be operated via the hotel business, and it's part of the hotel future cash flows.
And they can
of the
also live in them if they want to.
It's a choice, yes.
Yes.
They can either choose to live in them or they can put them in the rental pool, and within the future cash flows, the hotel generates revenues also for the rental of these cabañas.
Okay, but what I mean is when you look at the Charlie Hotel or the Luxe Hotel or the Meritage Hotel, nobody can live in them. You go there, you live. I mean, obviously,
People
if
can
you
live in
decide
hotels.
if you decide to live in a hotel for years, okay, you can do it. But that's not the normal use of the rooms.
I'm not judging.
Okay. Okay. Then you have hotels in Cartagena and 450
sorry.
Heights.
From back here. Can we take a break soon?
I'm within the hands of the tribune.
Yes, no, we should have a break soon. 5 minutes, would that be okay? 5
Yes.
minutes?
Should we stop now?
No, I'm looking at the court reporters. 10.
Thank you. Should I finish the? Sorry, I'm not
No,
sure.
no, you have 10 more minutes
I
before
have-
the break.
Okay, because I think the court reporter wants a 10-minute break.
Do you want to have it now? Now?
If we are going to break in 10 minutes, I'll hold off until then. But I
Okay,
thought
now
I
that-
didn't
let's
see
have the
a-
break
a
now.
hand coming.
I think it's better that we have the break now. 15 minutes, 3:30, please.
Thank you.
All right, can we resume, please? Mr. Daoud, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank
So
you.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so to just recall before the break, I think you agree that among the projects you're valuing, there at the valuation date there was no hotel operational.
Correct.
Yes. Now, however, you point to the Charlie Hotel. And do you consider that Charlie Hotel is relevant to determining the expected performance of the other of the hotels you're valuing?
It is one of the elements that we have considered relevant in assessing the reasonability of the forecasts we use. Yes, it's a combined analysis in which we look at information from the Charlie, we look at information from STR, we look at information on value of hotel per keys. Combined, we gain confidence in our forecasts that are based on the business plan documents.
Okay. Now, if we're talking about track records of the claimants in the hotel business, and we want to see their track record in operating hotels, is there any track record outside of Charlie in operating hotels?
So when we refer to a track record, we refer to a track record in a broader sense as a developer, including the hotel business. In the hotel business, we look at the Charlie. Yes.
Is there anything other than Charlie?
Yes, the sale and delivery of phases 1, 2, and 5 of Luxe.
Is that hotels?
I started my prior answer saying that when we refer to a track record, we refer to a track record as a developer of mixed-use real estate developments, including hotels. So when we look at hotels, we look at Charlie. When we look at real estate track record, we can refer to Luxe, construction delivery of phases 1, 2, and 5, I think it is. Meritage, almost complete sale of phase 1, and the construction that was ongoing in both Meritage and Luxe.
Okay. Would you agree that most of the vast majority of your damages are hotel-based, not real estate-based?
We value the projects as one. We separate them for the purpose of forecasting cash flows. Yes, the long-term part of the projects as a whole are derived from the hotel business. But the projects are one, including a real estate part and the hotel part.
Sure, but then, I mean, Dr. Hearn, I think, says that it's 80% of the damages are hotel-based. Would you agree with that, roughly?
I would qualify that they are derived from the hotel cash flows,
Yep.
but it doesn't mean that the hotel business is one and the real estate is another. It's one and only. It's projects, including both businesses. It's the source of the cash flows what you're referring to.
So what you're doing when you're looking at the track record, you tell me we look at them broadly. That means that in order to look at how well the claimants are expected to operate a hotel, you also look at how well they're building real estate. That's not hotels.
Building, we look at what they have built and delivered. Operating the hotel, we look at Charlie.
Okay. So if we want to see what's the track record of the claimants in operating hotels, would you agree with me that, well, we would need to see which hotels they have operated so far?
For the hotel operations and operating parameters, yes.
And if you look at how they've been building real estate that is not hotels, would that tell you anything about how well they can operate a hotel?
Not precisely, no, I wouldn't obtain any hotel operating parameters from how they build a hotel or how they build a real estate unit.
Okay. And the only hotel you can look at to see how well they operate hotels is the Charlie.
Yes.
Now, the Charlie, as we were saying, it's a 42-room hotel
Yes.
compared to much bigger hotels if we're looking at the table. Around 7 times more in the Meritage and almost 3 times more in Luxe. And then there are also big projects planned for hotels in Tierra Bomba, 450 Heights, and Santa Fe. All of them, I think, bigger than the Charlie. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And if we want to look at all of these hotels, these 5 big hotels, the only track record we have for the claimants to look at, to think how well are they going to operate these 5 big hotels, the only track record we have is a 42-room hotel that is the Charlie, correct?
So, to compare operating
You can just say yes or no and then explain. Correct or incorrect?
Okay, so the track record we use is the Charlie, but that's not the only source of information we use in our forecast.
For operating revenue from hotels, do you have any track record to use other than the Charlie?
We don't forecast our revenues based on the Charlie.
I know that, but
No, but it seems like in the question you're confusing both.
I'm not confusing. I'm saying you make the point that the claimants have a track record that shows that they're successful at their business.
Yes, I understand they're successfully operating the Charlie at Medellin.
Now, if we look at the hotel portion of the business, which is almost 80% of the damages, for that hotel portion, the only track record they have in operating hotels is the Charlie.
Yes, but I will say that that's not the source of our forecasts.
But that's not my question.
Okay.
The only track record they have in operating
Yeah.
hotels is the Charlie. Correct?
I understand, yes.
Correct?
I understand, yes, I just said it.
Yes. Okay. Charlie, again, 42 rooms. These 5 5 hotels having many more rooms or suites or suites. Sorry.
Can I add something on what you
course.
just said? That's exactly why we don't base our forecast on the Charlie operating cash flows. We just use it as a benchmark. We have specific forecasts for each hotel based on the specific characteristics, locations, etc., which we validate then with hotel transactions per key.
Yes, but again, I'm talking about the track record. I'm not talking about the forecasts.
Mr. Daoud, I think we've covered that point, so could you...
Yes, I'm pursuing the point, but I keep getting dragged to questions of forecasts. I know the forecasts are
No,
based on the claimants' models and compared with comparators from JLL. I'm talking about now. I'm not going to repeat myself.
Go ahead.
Do you know where the Charlie Hotel is in Medellin?
I do.
Where is it?
In Parquilleras.
Okay. The Tierra Bomba is in Cartagena.
Correct.
That's
outside of Cartagena.
Yes, that's not Medellin.
Clearly not.
The Luxe, the Meritage, 450 Heights, these are in the suburbs of Medellin.
No, that is not correct.
No, I mean I'm looking at your table.
The Luxe is not in the suburbs of Medellin. It's in Guatapé. It's quite a ways from the suburbs.
Okay.
It's a rural area. It's a beautiful natural space. It's not the suburbs. That's why I'm correcting. 450 Heights and Meritage are, if I had to write that again, I wouldn't say suburbs. I would say they're somewhere between the fringe of the urban area, and I guess you could call that suburbs. and Santa Fe is definitely not in suburbs. It's
No,
also very rural, and I'm not sure you put that in the question.
So my point is they're all in very different areas than the Charlie. Charlie is in Medellin. None of the 5 hotels is in Medellin. They're either suburbs of Medellin, rural areas outside of Medellin, or in just completely different parts of Colombia, like one next to Cartagena.
Well, that's the whole point, right? It's if he was flooding the market with the Charlie brand in the Medellin urban area, that would be there would be a problem of absorption. But what he's doing is actually replicating the lifestyle brand, or was replicating the lifestyle brand into the tourist hubs, established ones like Cartagena, and others that were being sought to be established, like Guatapé.
Okay, and
It's a replicable
Based
model,
on-
basically. The idea is basically to scale the brand. It's not invented by Mr. Seda. It's a pretty smart idea that has been done many times.
yes, and if that idea worked in the Charlie, that means it will work again 5 more times in different places.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
No. No, it's not. In fact, that's why we risk these quite heavily. We're giving 3 of these 5 projects more than a 30% chance of disappearing before they even get started. Our evaluation is already taking them with a 30% reduction, haircut, 33% haircut on value just because of that, in addition to other discounts.
So 33% haircut?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's 23 in your report.
I'm sorry, 23.
Maybe we can increase it to 33.
Well, I provided I thought, a very conciliatory slide today explaining that the range of evidence in the record goes from 66% to 90%, and we're at 77% survival rate, 23% failure rate.
Yes,
I
and you
think it's
don't
very substantial.
and you don't apply that failure rate to the Meritage or the Luxe.
No, clearly not. These places are established. Luxe is in operation, except for the hotel wasn't finished for what's going on here, and the Meritage is not in operation, but sold its entire phase 1 and part of this following phase.
Okay, maybe yes or no, and then the explanation. So you don't apply the
I said no.
failure rate.
I said no.
Yes, and you're telling me, it's very well established, except for the hotel in Luxe, but you haven't thought of applying a failure rate to the hotel.
One could. The tribunal could instruct us to apply a failure rate to the Luxe if they feel that being 30, and I'm going to get my math right this time, sorry, 26.4% away from completion in the construction, and means that the hotel was literally going to be a failure. So this is something that you have to be very careful about, because the failure rates as applied are basically putting a huge haircut that assumes almost a binary yes-no progression with a project. Whereas in reality, what you're saying is that the project could be financially more, less, or medium successful. We have an expected value, and then we put a big haircut on these 3 projects. You can apply the haircut on the Luxe. I think it doesn't merit it, because it's an established brand applied to an established area, not far from the hub from where the brand was created.
So again, so you have one hotel operational, that's the Charlie, and there is 2 other hotels in Meritage and Luxe that are not operational, and in your opinion, there is 0 chance that they fail.
No, that is a massive misconstruction of what our valuation model does. Our valuation model takes business projections, which are middle of the road expected values, expected in the statistical sense that you have the hotel could have a higher occupancy, a higher revenue per average room, available room, higher ADRs, or lower. Our forecast is the middle of the road, is the expected value, because Mr. Seda would not benefit from going to his investors and saying, trust me, this is going to be worth a fortune, and then not materializing. That is a very short-lived investor right there. And we know that for that. And that gives us validity to the source documents. Then we go to the market, totally separate from that, and we say, how can these market variables inform our discounted cash flow model? And we test that. And we find that the projections that were given to us, that we worked with, were actually conservative.
So are you going to answer the question on the failure rate or not?
I am answering the question. Your question was, is there a zero chance that they fail? And I'm explaining that when you take middle of the road expected value projections, they amalgamate, they encompass the probability of failure and the probability of success and the probability of more success. What you
Well-
shouldn't do is treat them as binary.
Then why did you apply a separate failure rate to the other three projects?
Because the proof of concept hadn't taken place, because no one have built, to this day, to my knowledge, a Santa Fe Antioquia luxury property. I've tried to go and stay there myself, and I've not been able to find a place, and I don't think you can find a place in Santa Fe Antioquia on the river that actually provides the kind of vision and idea that this had in mind. So the reason we apply that failure rate is because we're conservatively risking this property, saying there's a chance this goes through, there's a chance it doesn't.
Okay, so
450.
there is a chance that these three go through, and there is a chance that doesn't, but there is no chance the Meritage doesn't go through, even though the Meritage Hotel had not even started construction.
I don't think you understood my prior comment on probabilities. I hope I don't have to repeat it entirely because it was a long answer. But let me try again. What I'm trying to say to you is that our evaluation and our projections already encompass probabilities of failure. And it already encompass the possibilities of higher and lower ADRs, and they come up with an expected value. We find that expected value is lower compared to any market evidence that we find. And that's when we're satisfied to say, okay, our income-based DCF is actually premised on conservative variables that are lower than those in the marketplace. And therefore, it's been risked appropriately. For the three projects, we go further and say, not in a binary way the way we just described, yes or no, but we say, what happens if those first 4 years of development don't pan out, and the public isn't there, the demand isn't there, we just don't find the attractiveness. Or if Colombia takes too long to build the double-lane highway that they needed to build, which they did finish. So there were issues in 2017 that hadn't been completed. The two-lane highway to Santa Fe was an important piece of this.
Sir, to simplify this very long answer, could you maybe say that for Tierra Bomba, 450 Heights, and Santa Fe, you applied the failure rate because they were not in construction, and you did not apply a failure rate to the Luxe and the Meritage because they are in construction? Is that your position or not?
It's one of the determinants. I think I explained it in the presentation today. If you want to ask the question that way, I would say getting to the construction point would be definitely an issue, because if they got to the point of deploying those assets on the ground, then there's definitely a lot of backing and support for it. Doesn't guarantee it, but it's a lot of backing and support.
So you don't say in your report that the reason why you apply failure rate to Cartagena, 450 Heights, and Santa Fe, and you don't apply one to the Luxe and the Meritage, is because the first three are in construction, are not in construction, and the last two are in construction.
I was trying to help you with your trying to shorten the answer, but if you want to go to the report, I believe the way we explain the selection of projects that deserve an incremental risking
I'm sorry.
is
The
hold on.
question is simple. I'm trying to shorten the answer.
Okay, let's go to the report.
Is the criterion you use to apply a failure rate or not is whether the project is in construction or not?
So one of the determinants was the beginning part of my answer. Sorry if I went too long. It's the equilibrium point that determines the majority of it, and obviously the equilibrium point is related to construction. So all of this is intertwined.
So
Trying to get yes/no answers to this is a little difficult.
So the failure point, the equilibrium point, is the point at which the project starts being in construction, correct?
Not exactly. It's the point at which the funds have been committed sufficiently in order to begin construction.
Yes. So it is the point at which you can start construction.
That is correct.
Now, is it the case that you apply a failure rate to Cartagena, 450 Heights, and Santa Fe because they have not reached the equilibrium point, but you do not apply failure rate to the Meritage and the Luxe because they have reached an equilibrium point.
Yes, that's what I referred to earlier as proof of concept.
Okay, so that's good, so that we know when you reach the equilibrium point, you don't apply failure rate. When you don't, you apply the failure rate. That's what you do. Correct?
I think we had this now in the record.
Okay. Now, a hotel or a project that has reached the equilibrium point, can it still fail or not?
I'm sorry, the hotel business, it's not premised on the same equilibrium point dynamics that my colleague explained earlier. So I think you're
right.
You're going to a dangerous territory. The equilibrium point concept is for the fiduciary workings of pre-sales of residential units.
Let's frame this differently. The equilibrium point is the point for real estate. The equilibrium point is the point where you have enough financing to cover your projected construction costs, correct? Or your projected costs, correct?
Certain costs, including margin, etc. It's not just to deploy the costs, but yes.
Okay.
Generally.
Okay. Now, whether for hotels or real estate, the equilibrium point is when you have the necessary financing for these costs. For real estate, in the claimant's hotels, the financing comes in the form of pre-sales. And with hotels, it comes from equity and loans. Is that correct?
Well, I warned before about extending the concept of equilibrium point to the hospitality portion of the business. And you again asked me whether for hotels or real estate, the equilibrium point is when you have the necessary financing. That's not correct. The equilibrium point could be measured that way. The investor could decide to build before or after having the financing. I think we've established the equilibrium point concept, as discussed in this record, is in relation to the fiduciary trust fund sales. It's not in relation to hospitality.
Would you agree that you apply a failure rate when the project has not had the necessary financing yet to cover the costs, and you do not apply a failure rate when the project has had that necessary financing?
Let's look at my report.
You don't know?
I do know. We're being very precise with language. I want to go back to the report and make sure that I can describe why we did. And we said we're exposed to additional risks that might prevent them from reaching the equilibrium point to be deemed economically viable. So to account for that, we've adjusted with a probability of failure. So yes.
Okay. Now, if you have your necessary financing to cover the costs, okay, whether we're in a hotel business or in a real estate business,
Right.
is it impossible that the project still fails because of a lack of financing?
Well, it's not completely impossible. It's incredibly unlikely when you've risked the project appropriately, and then including industry risks, including middle-of-the-road projections. You've benchmarked your key variables on revenues and costs against the market. If you've done all that homework properly, as we have, and then discounted at a risk-adjusted rate, and that presents an attractive net present value and an attractive rate of return, then to say that is it impossible that it could still fail by financing, I would say, at that point, yeah, it's not impossible, but it's extremely unlikely. It would have to be subject to some very large outside force that prevented it from happening. But that's the kind of risk that is contemplated in the business and in the beta and in the discount rate. That's exactly what that risk is. It's a compound risk that takes years of cash flows and makes every year more and more and more risky, less likely to materialize. That's what discounting process is.
But I'm talking about the project completely failing. Is it impossible? Is that taken into account by the discount rate?
100% it is. That's exactly what it is.
Then
If
why
you
did
take,
you-
if
why
you, let
did
me
you
finish,
add a
please let me
failure
finish.
Don't overspeak, please.
Can I finish my answer? It's 100% taken into consideration the discount rate. If you take $1 of year 10 at our discount rate, it's 40 cents in year 1. If you take $1 in 20 years at our discount rate of 8%, it's 20 cents in year 1. That is the process of discounting. You are, in a way, I think, confusing or confounding the idea that there is still a stream of cash flows being projected with the idea that there's inherently and behind that process methodologically, there's a tree diagram that says yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. One can convert a discount rate into a series of probabilities of adjustment that can happen on a binary basis every day and every year. Now, obviously, in some industries, that's how they model cash flows. In real estate, in this kind of business, brick and mortar, etc., you don't model cash flows that way. It's incredibly arbitrary to say, let's open up a restaurant and figure out what if we close tomorrow? What if we close the day after tomorrow? What about next year? And so on and so forth. So to avoid that, to bypass all that speculation and arbitrariness, you pick a discount rate, which is an equivalent form of risking a business. But it's exactly, it ultimately does exactly what you're asking, which is to contemplate the go, no go decisions, the go, no go possibilities that exist between now and the end of the project.
So if the WACC or the discount rate takes into account the risk of failure, why did you, for the 3 other projects, add a discount rate, failure risk of 23%?
Because we're taking discount rate from going concerns and we're applying those to companies that had a proven concept, and we're saying perhaps it's not sufficient for those that hadn't reached the equilibrium point. So I think the distinction, you've made it very clear in your other questions, and I think you've helped me clarify
But
why Luxe and Meritage are in a different place relative to these other 3.
What I don't understand is that you apply failure risk when the project doesn't have the necessary financing yet, and you don't apply it when the project has the necessary financing. You confirm that.
Sorry, what's the question?
Is that correct or not?
It's a question we had before, so
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we can-
So I'm proceeding on the basis that you still think it's correct. So for you, whether or not you've had financing determines whether or not you apply a failure risk. Now, I am telling you, if you've had the financing that you think is necessary for the project, does that mean that it is still impossible, that it has become impossible that you fail because of lack of financing?
I think I answered the question. It is, the possibilities are amalgamated and contemplated via the discount rate.
So if you've had,
And then what I avoid by that is speculating as to in what way, by what reason, due to what cause, and when that failure may or may not happen, because it's too many years into perpetuity. So the discount rate gives you all that information in one observation of market values from publicly traded companies.
I'm sorry, but you add the failure risk when there isn't enough financing, when there isn't yet enough financing. You remove it when you get the financing. Now, I am saying, is it impossible that after you got the financing, you still need more financing?
No, I referred this morning in the presentation this afternoon, in my presentation about the fact that there could be cash shortfalls. But if you have a project that is solvent with attractive positive NPVs, according to all known information, is an attractive project, you're not going to kill it or assume to be dead because there could be cash shortfalls at some point. Projects run into cost overruns. Projects run into cost savings. Colombia devalues the currency, the staff, the local materials become cheaper. All of this is amalgamated in our projections. That's my point.
But if you had the necessary financing and then at a point you need more financing, you're back to a point where you still need financing to continue covering the costs of the project.
Oh, I see your concern. You're saying that we should understand the term need of financing as this one box that we check or don't check, but that's a massive oversimplification. The status of the Meritage and the status of Luxe is different from the status of all these three other projects. And in the report, what we say in the in the second report, is precisely that we refer to the equilibrium point. We don't associate directly with financing, although the two are intertwined.
Have you seen?
May I interject a question for
Sure.
my comprehension? How do you capture the risks such as delay in further construction work, problems with subcontractors in the finalization of the work? How is that captured? Is that also covered by the DCF, or would that be a risk factor that you have to apply separately and in addition?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's covered in two ways. One is via the cash flow projections in the models. Those models have, in general, given how they're structured, particularly for real estate, it's very dangerous for them to actually be over-promising because of these fiduciary trust fund mechanisms. There's things that could click in. I don't know specifically about these, but in general, there's clauses that could kick in and say, if you don't finish this construction by a certain date, you can incur penalties, etc. And the managing agent collects fees of the project in operation. So obviously it has a huge incentive to get things going. But things happen, as you know. And so the other way in which this risk is contemplated is, as you said, in the discount rate, or I think as you hinted, it's in the DCF in the cash flows, but it's also in the discount rate. How? Because by taking companies in this business, these companies face those types of risks all the time. And by taking a Colombia country risk premium that is specific to Colombia, we're additionally saying, well, unions, Colombia has, I think, 23 holidays a year. I think we have like 11 in the US. Not everything happens exactly at the same pace and the same way. So this is all contemplated in the cash flows, in the discount rate via the beta parameter, the volatility of real estate relative to the overall market, which is higher. It's 1.2 times the market. And then additionally through the country risk premium.
Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. In your experience, have you seen a project after obtaining financing go over budget with construction and need more financing? Have you seen it ever or not?
I've seen projects go over budget. I've seen some perform better than expected.
Okay. And have you seen you can go over budget because construction material gets more expensive.
Sure.
You can go over budget because the construction takes longer. Correct?
Correct.
You can go over budget because you encounter technical difficulties while doing carrying out the construction.
Yeah, I would put that one in a lesser category. I would put that more weight on that if there was a particular topography, geography, or archaeology. That's a big issue in mining because there might be archaeological or environmental concerns. I think here the construction is mostly horizontal construction, doesn't need to dig that deep for foundation. This is, as I said in my presentation today, relatively simple in terms of sort of the kinds of risks that it faced.
You can go over budget because the exchange rate of the currency you need for construction changes?
It can, although in this case, it's exactly the opposite. Colombia has become much more attractive for businesses that command a price that is somewhat related to the US dollar and a cost that is mostly related to the Colombian peso, because the Colombian peso has devalued, therefore making labor and local materials extremely cheap in dollars.
So you think that's highly, highly unlikely that the claimants would have had problems with financing the construction because of changes to the exchange rate?
No, actually, I don't need to make a likelihood assessment of that because I use a forecast by the International Monetary Fund. You see, when you take middle of the road forecast from the market, that's the beauty. It doesn't need to be Ms. Mambasi or Mr. Delle Piane that make a forecast about what's going to happen with the devaluation, who's going to win or lose in the event of a devaluation. We use.
Yes or no, and then give us the.
I said no. Look at
So
the
it's-
transcript.
Is it highly unlikely for this to happen? What is the position?
Sorry,
what
what
is your
is-
position, and then you can explain why.
Okay, thank you for rephrasing the question because now it gets me to correct it. My no was in relation to what I thought the question was. Your question is it highly unlikely for a devaluation to take place or an appreciation of the currency to take place, making the project more expensive? That's your question?
My question is, in the case of the claimants projects, how likely is it that due to a sudden change in the exchange rate, devaluation, evaluation, whichever, the financing would become no longer sufficient to cover the costs?
Given the projections by the macroeconomic forecasters, extremely unlikely. There's a lot of factors that could affect the valuation. That one is extremely unlikely.
Okay. Now, can you please go to tab 3? This is the witness statement of Felipe Lopez Montoya, submitted by the claimants. Paragraph 45.
Yes.
Colpatria had issued its initial disbursement for the Luxe project in January 2016. Starting in March 2016, we had entered into negotiations to increase the agreed credit limit due to unexpected changes in the currency exchange rate. The original loan amount of 8 billion pesos that we had been approved for on 23 September 2014 would no longer cover the cost of construction. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. In that case, yes or no, the exchange rate changed unexpectedly.
I think it's much more than the exchange rate. And yes, Colombia had a big.
Sorry. If from the paragraph you're seeing, does it say that it changed unexpectedly or not?
I'm reading your question.
What question?
You said, do you see that in that case, yes or no to the exchange rate, or was it unexpected?
Does the paragraph say that there was an unexpected change in the exchange rate?
Okay. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. And due to that, they ran out of money and needed more financing.
They did.
And that's for the Luxe project,
Correct.
one of the claimants' projects.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we go back to your second report, page 32, the same table we were on. We look at the Meritage. The Meritage, the only phase that was in construction is phase 1, correct?
Correct.
And that's also the only phase that had the necessary financing to cover the costs, correct?
Yeah, so I need to make a clarification on the prior question, which comes back to what we discussed earlier. So we allocated all the historical costs of construction to phase 1, but they included costs that really belong to other phases too.
Yeah, that's
Just correcting the
that's
prior
not my question. My question is, phase 1 is the only phase that had the necessary financing.
As of the date of evaluation, it's the
As of-
the phase that had reached the equilibrium point, yes.
Phases 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 did not have the necessary financing.
Phases 2 and 3 are the construction of the hotel, so there's no equilibrium point there. Phase 4 and 5,
No, I'm sorry, there is no equilibrium point, but you can also determine whether has construction started there or not.
no.
Okay.
Phases 4 and 5, I understand phase 4 had 2 sales, but I understand that the sales efforts had not started yet. Phase 6, there were some sales of units that were actually built in phase 1. So I would say that phase 6, this was an update that it's not included in this table, but some of the units of phase 6 were in construction also because they were part of phase 1. Like the construction was part of phase 1.
Okay. But apart from the construction that was part of phase 1, which is the only phase that started construction, all the other phases had not started construction.
By the date of valuation, no, they haven't.
Yes, by the date of
Except for the costs that were included in phase 1 that were common to all the different phases.
And you don't apply a failure rate to phase 1, correct?
We don't apply failure rates. The answer is no, because we don't apply failure rates per phase. We look at the project as a whole.
So you've seen one phase that started construction had reached the equilibrium point, and on that basis you did not apply any failure rate to this phase and all the other phases, to the whole project altogether.
What we see is that the first phase of the project and the only one that was put on the market was completely sold. That's
Yes.
what we see, and that's why we understand that the concept has been, the proof of concept hurdle has been successful in this case, and that's why we don't apply.
And that's why
You're
there's...
talking over me.
And that, sorry.
So that's why we.
Perdón que interrumpa. Necesito una pausa entre pregunta y respuesta, por favor. Y si puedo hablar un poco más lento, por favor. Disculpe. Gracias.
Okay, so I was saying that what we see is not the equilibrium, it is the equilibrium point, but what we see is the complete sale of the only phase that was put in the market, which is phase 1.
Yes. So based on that, you consider that there is no failure risk that would apply to the whole project.
I don't want to repeat my colleague. We understand that the project still has risks inherent, but those risks are captured. Those risks are
Madam.
captured in the cash flows and in the discount rate.
Please just yes or no, and then you can explain. I understand that. Just I want to clarify a few things. In this project, in the Meritage, only one phase had started construction, phase 1, correct?
Yes, but the phase 1 also includes construction costs related to the development of the other phases of the
And
Meritage.
then all the 7 other phases had not started construction, apart from the construction that's part of phase 1, correct?
Except for the construction cost of those phases that is included in the phase 1.
Yes. And then because part of the project, meaning phase 1, had started construction, you have not applied a failure rate to all of the project. You do not distinguish phases. Have you applied the failure rate to
I'm giving a pause.
sorry?
I was just pausing. No, we have not applied a failure rate to the Meritage as you're saying, but in the way you're saying it, it appears as if we're not risking the project. We are risking the project.
No, I'm saying the
Can I
what you
finish,
call
please?
what you call failure rate in your
Sorry,
report.
let the expert please finish the sentence.
I know, but I'm trying to.
Yes, we know. Please finish the sentence.
I'm saying that the way you're saying it appears as if we're not risking the projects. We are risking the projects via the cash flows and the discount rate, as my colleague explained before.
I know you are applying a discount rate. My question is the failure risk, what you call the failure risk in your report, you do not apply it. I mean, you apply a 0% failure risk to the Meritage.
I answered that. I said, no, we have not applied a failure rate.
Yes. Okay. Now, as of the valuation date, did the Meritage have enough financing for the entirety of the project, sufficient to cover the costs of the entirety of the projects, including all of its phases?
No, because many of the phases were not even in the market yet.
Thank you. Now, before we started talking about failure risks, I was talking about the track record, and then we left it. So I'm going to come back to it with your permission. you had agreed that the Charlie Hotel was the only track record the claimants had in respect of the hotel business.
I understand it's the only hotel they were operating at the time.
Yes. And would you say that the Charlie brand is relevant to determining the likelihood of success of the claimant's hotel projects?
Yes, we understand, and we've explained it extensively in our reports. We understand that the brand is a big part of the value and the development of the projects.
Okay, and in that sense that customers of hotels in the future, these hotels aren't complete yet, would, knowing that these hotels are part of the Charlie brand, would be more tempted to stay at them? Would you agree with that?
In principle, but I don't think you have to restrain it to being the same customers in the different hotels, because I think the different hotels also were in different areas and attracting different kind of public or of customers.
So does it help the Meritage, the fact that the Charlie is successful, does that help the Meritage attract more hotel clients?
I understand it does. When you know a brand of a hotel and you find another brand of a hotel, doesn't that need to be exactly the same? Talk about my personal experience. I choose a hotel, I know a hotel in a certain place, I go to another place, I find a hotel I knew.
Yeah. So you stay one time in a Hilton, and then you see another, in a different trip, completely different place, you see another Hilton, you say, oh, I know the Hilton, it's good, I stay there. Not systematically, it can happen. It's a factor.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
I didn't want to say it.
I don't know the Hilton. Okay, you would say that more or less the same applies to the Charlie.
Yeah, and the track record is not only in customers finding the hotel attractive or expecting the same service, it's also in the experience in operating a hotel and successfully operating a hotel with a profit.
Yeah, but for the person wanting to find a hotel to stay, it's the brand that makes the most difficult. They're not going to go and study the models or the track record of the hotel economically, I assume.
No, for customers, yes. I'm just saying track record is a broader thing than what you're characterizing as just customers choosing the hotel based on the other hotel.
Okay. And that is despite the fact that the Meritage is in completely different areas than the Charlie is in a completely different area than the 5 hotels that are in the projects you're valuing.
Yes, because what you're expecting is the kind of, it doesn't need to be exactly the same hotel for you to relate one property with the other. It's the concept, it's the lifestyle, it's the gym. It's much more than just the location. Yes.
Okay. Can you please turn to tab 2 of your binder? That's C6 bis. That's a sort of brochure for the Meritage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you look at the first page, for example, it says M Meritage Luxury Community. Do you see Charlie anywhere here?
No.
If you look at the second page, see the M, third page, M, and then you have more pages.
What should I be looking at?
To be honest, I'm just going through it. I'm not seeing the Charlie. Is it part of the brand being marketed to clients, Charlie, to clients of the future Meritage?
It doesn't seem to be the same brand, but they can still belong to the same chain, have a different brand, but it's still the same.
So they would have to know that it's owned by Mr. Seda, who also owns the customers.
Well, for example, the gym has the same brand.
The gym has a same brand.
If you go to
Okay.
see SPCO13, I think is the number.
But the
page number.
hotel doesn't have the same bracket.
From this, it appears it doesn't, but doesn't need to have exactly the same name for people to know that they belong to the same operators.
For a layman to know that they belong to the same operators.
I look into hotels to what operators they belong to.
I don't think you're a layman. Okay. Okay. Can you please turn to tab 9? This is the claimant's opening presentation from Monday, CD1. And if you turn the page, this is slide 220. We obviously didn't put the entire document here, nor did we for other tabs. We often made selections to avoid having too big of a bundle. Now, this slide says under the title 1, it says the claimant's projects were additions to a portfolio that was already operating successfully with high market exceeding profit margins.
Yes.
This chart that you have relates to the Charlie Hotel, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Does this chart show that the Charlie Hotel had market exceeding profit margins?
It shows that it has healthy profit margins.
Compared to what?
I didn't write this.
You?
I didn't write this. What I see here is EBITDA margins ranging from 24 to 37%, which seems very healthy margins, very healthy EBITDA margins.
Okay, I mean, my question is, when you look at this graph, do you see a comparison between the profit margin of the Charlie and the profit margin of the market? Because it says market exceeding profit margins.
Okay, so if I were to analyze the performance of the Charlie, I would not recommend to do it on an EBITDA basis. I would recommend to do it on a RevPAR basis. And that's because the EBITDA might have different
I know, but that's not my question. My question is, does this chart show that?
Okay, this chart does not compare to other market comparators.
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend comparing to other market comparators in EBITDA level. That's why we look at RevPAR and we look at hotel value per key. What you can still see here is that these EBITDA margins are from a healthy company.
I mean, do I see a comparison with the market here?
I said it's not comparing market, but what I say is I look at a 34% EBITDA and I say it's a healthy company, it's a nice
A
company.
healthy company compared to the market?
Compared to the money I want to make out of every dollar of sales. It's just, but I didn't write this. This is claimant's opening. I didn't do this comparison.
Nor did I.
Okay.
Now it does reference your model. It does reference BRG 121.
The information, but not the conclusion in the title.
Okay. Have you anywhere in your report said that the Charlie, or provided data showing that the Charlie exceeds the profit margins of the market?
We show, and this is out of memory, so we show that it outperforms the market in terms of RevPAR, which is the revenue per average room.
Profit
show-
margins,
can I
profit
finish?
margins. I'm asking about profit margins. If you
I
can
don't
tell me
remember-
yes or no, and then RevPAR
Please
and
do not
whatever.
speak at the same time.
Sorry. I don't remember if we based a comparison out of EBITDAs. I do know that we show that Charlie outperforms the market in terms of RevPAR, and I think it's in terms of occupancy.
Okay, thank you. Can you please turn to tab 1? This is Dr. Hearn's second report. If you go to page 59, figure 5.1, you see it?
Yes.
That's a comparison of the EBITDA margin. And in the orange, you have different, in blue you have the claimant's projects, the EBITDA margins of the claimant's projects according to your valuation, according to your assumptions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in orange, you have the market comparisons and the Charlie. So, do you see that?
Yes.
Now, if we look at the Charlie, you have Charlie total, and then next to it, right next to it, Charlie rooms, and then right next to it, Charlie F&B, which is food and beverages. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the total is the average between the EBITDA margins of the Charlie rooms and the Charlie F&B, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, for the other comparators, International Luxury, Colombia Luxury, Damodaran, these these are averages. They're not like rooms or F&Bs. I don't know if do you know that for a fact or not?
I don't know that for a fact. I will say that these are the samples I explained in my direct why they are not comparable to either the Charlie or any of the hotels, of Claimant's hotels.
But on that chart, you see that the Charlie is at 22%, and the other market comparators are at 19, 20, and 21%.
I can see that mathematically they are similar, but that provides no information because you're comparing apples with bananas who happen to be the same size. It has no relevance.
Okay. And you wouldn't say that between 22, I understand that, I understand your comment, I'm just talking about the numbers, between 22% and 19, 20, 21%, there isn't a big margin, a big difference. It's very close.
Mathematically they are very close, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to slide 34 in your presentation? I had already asked you about it.
34?
Yes.
Yes.
I already asked you about it, about why this chart was put today and not in your second report. But I have another question. Here, if I look at the number of transactions over which you have put, I don't know how to call that, an oval form.
Scatter plot.
Yes. Okay, here you don't see
Ah, in the circle, you mean?
yeah, in the circle.
Okay.
An oval circle or a circle. If you look at these only alone, you don't see a correlation between the average room rate and the total value per key. That's your point.
Total value what?
Total value per key.
My point is that to make an adjustment over a statistical variable, you need to find a relationship that maintains throughout the sample. What I find here, if I try to make for example, let's say we try to make an adjustment due to the room rate, and we look at these, what kind of adjustment can you infer when you have different room rates that have the same hotel value per key? There's no adjustment to be done statistically.
Okay, but if we're looking at the dots in red, there is more or less a correlation, not a perfect correlation, but I'm seeing a correlation. I'm seeing a diagonal. Are you seeing a diagonal?
I see, for example, you have the one observation that has an average room rate of $500 and a hotel value per key of $150, and I see another one that has a hotel, an average room of a higher average room with a lower value per key. So there's no clear way, if you try to make a statistical relationship between these to infer an adjustment, there's no way you can adjust it. Because there is no statistical constant relation that indicates that one thing determines the other. And that is leaving aside the fact that this whole analysis is based on one observation of an average room rate per sample per hotel in the comparable sample, and that observation was obtained no less than in 2020, which we know was disrupted industry. So when you combine both of them together, any adjustment that would be inferred from the source of the average room rate or the lack of correlation between the two variables would be completely speculative.
Okay. Can we say, with all that, can we say that there is some correlation between the average room rate and the total value per key if you look at the red dots? Or if you look at all the dots?
So correlation means that you can infer one variable from the other. If I look at the average room rate, I have one that has a $500 average room rate and a hotel value per key that is exactly the same as the other one that has doubled the room rate. So
Yeah.
what kind of adjustment can you make?
If you can pick ones where there is no correlation, and you can pick ones where there is a correlation, but
The correlation is the average of all of them. So if you have so many points that have no correlation, there's no, it has to do with the interval of confidence of the adjustment you make. It's statistics.
my point is, if you look at
If you want hard to look at it, you might find a diagonal, but it's not enough to do a statistical analysis and
so you don't see an imperfect diagonal here.
it's, I don't know.
No? Okay.
I feel like kindergarten. If you remove, also the other point is, if you remove the outlier, sorry, stop laughing. But if you remove the outlier and you amplify this, the diagonal that you are making disappears. And I actually had that graph before here, but I thought it was too much. But if you remove this diagonal, which is a clear outlier with an average room rate of 3,000, indicating also that the sample of room rates collected is not very reliable, and you amplify this.
I'm sorry, too fast.
I got excited. Okay, and start over. There's a clear outlier in the average room rate of 3,000 and a hotel value per key of 1,400. If you remove this outlier and amplify on the bottom corner of the graph, the diagonal that you're looking at disappears. When you change the scale of the graph, it disappears. If I were to make a serious statistical analysis based on this to adjust the sample, I would clearly remove first I would look for a better sample of average room rates. Second, I would remove the outlier, and then any correlation that you're seeing now would completely disappear.
Thank you. I'm going to be honest, I didn't understand. Not your fault, but I didn't
Okay.
understand.
There's no correlation, that's the takeaway.
Okay, can we please go back to tab 1? So the second report of Dr. Hearn, page 50, table 4.1. Okay, so this is a table from Dr. Hearn's report. Do you see the first row? It says Meritage, and then it has a date of May 2013. Do you see
Yes.
that? Yes. And then, are you aware of this transaction?
I saw it here.
I'm sorry?
I saw it here in his report,
Yes, so you've seen it before.
to the extent described in this report.
Okay, did you look at the underlying documents?
I don't recall right now what those might be.
Okay, with not a problem.
I think I saw them back here, but you'll take me through it.
Okay. Now, if you look at the column saying price paid for shares, percent purchased, you have 2.25 billion pesos paid for 100% of the shares in Meritage. Do you see that?
Yep.
Do you dispute it? That 100% of the shares were sold for that price? Or issued for that price?
I'd have to remind myself if that's actually an acquisition or a share issuance. The two are not the same.
I think it's a share issuance.
I think that's more precise. Yeah, it's an issuance.
So do you dispute that it was for 100% of the shares and for a price of 2.25 billion?
It's an initial capitalization of the company. It could be $1.
Yes, but do you dispute that it was made at 2.25 billion? pesos.
Unless you want to go through the documents, I will take your word that that's what the share certificate says in the issuance.
Okay, and then if you look at the next, at the last column, BRG DCF, but for value of project at valuation date, it says 163 billion pesos. Do you dispute that this is the value you attribute to the Meritage project in the but-for scenario at the valuation date?
I don't recall checking that, but if you represent to me that that's the correct conversion, I will take it upon me to double check and submit something if I am in disagreement, but let's assume that that's the conversion is correct.
Okay. I think these figures were all...
This is his second report, right?
Yes, but
Yeah.
they were all, I think, in his first report as well. So, are you, I mean,
I'm not, as I said, I'm not disputing the numbers. You're asking me, do I remember exactly that this number is correct? I don't, but I will take your word that the conversion is adequate.
okay. For the record, it's in the first report as well, the same table, page 97, table 6.4. Okay, and then just looking at the numbers, your valuation is 72 times bigger than the price paid for the shares, correct?
No. It is 72 times higher than the capitalization at the share issuance, which is not the
Yes.
price paid for the shares. It's very different.
For the amount paid to have that, for each shareholder to have these shares, to acquire these shares. Acquire not meaning purchase, but acquire meaning
As I
having
said,
a title to it.
they could have chosen to capitalize this company with $1. They chose a number. That is done for various reasons, including tax considerations, including division of equity between partners, contribution of sweat equity versus cash. There's a lot of considerations at the time when a company is first established as to what should be the original nominal value of shares. This is the nominal value of shares. You pull up the 10K from IBM or many other companies that are worth thousands of dollars per share, and you'll find most of them, if not, or many of them, if not most, have a nominal value per share of 1 cent or $1 for simplicity purposes.
Sir.
And they were originally capitalized by some amount that was just the cash contribution, which is not necessarily the contributions that all each of the partners make.
The issuance of these shares to the shareholders in question was made in return for a payment of a sum. Do you agree?
No, that is exactly the wrong interpretation of this. The issuance of these shares was made in exchange for consideration that these people put into the firm, is my understanding.
Yes. So they had to,
I thought you said that they
Pay.
will receive a payment in exchange.
well, that's not a payment?
They're not receiving a payment, they're making
No,
a
they're
payment.
making a payment, of course. They're
Sorry,
not
can
gonna
we just
receive
speak one at a time?
payment and shares.
I'm trying not to encroach on your speaking.
Okay. Again, the shareholders that got these shares paid 2.25 billion pesos, and in return, the shares were issued to them. Correct?
That's my understanding, and they would have agreed to a certain capitalization total at that time in order to initially capitalize the company, and usually a set of contributions that each of them would make. Some would stop at making cash contributions, others would continue by contributing sweat equity, others would continue in other forms. Some might pay it in capital in kind.
I'm sorry. So these shares are equity or they're not equity?
I didn't talk about equity. Yeah, I mentioned sweat equity. Yeah, these shares are equity. This is equity holdings.
So in this issuance of shares, certain shareholders became holders of shares in return for a transfer of an amount of money.
presumably an amount of money. I don't know if all of the shares were capitalized in exchange of cash consideration, is my point. There could have been other consideration contributed. One of them might have a car, and the company needs a car, and they might have put a car. Ultimately, this is the nominal value of the shares that they're agreeing to capitalize in a certain distribution, in a certain percentage among the initial holders, the initial partners.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move to the document so that you see it for yourself. But just before we do that, simple math question. 163 billion pesos, which is your valuation of the Meritage, is 72 times the 2.25 billion that were made by the shareholders in return for the issuance of 100% of the shares. Correct?
If the math is correct, it's 72 times and so on. The problem is that you're comparing two things that are incredibly, or he is comparing two things that are tremendously misleading. What you need to look at is what is the internal rate of return of these investments, and they're actually quite reasonable. They're between 30 and 40% for an investment of this kind. They're nothing to scream about, either for being too high or too low. So when you look at the nominal value of capitalized shares at the time of issuance, compare that to the market value of a company years later, once the company, in this case, has actually sold out all of its offering in phase one, began to sell, began to construct, and this is now a real thing. It's on track. It's a train that left the station. To see a 72-time increase, it could be 6,000 time increase, or it could be 10 time increase. And I tell you why it doesn't mean anything, because the initial capitalization number is a nominal number that doesn't mean anything. So if you compare a number that means a lot, which is an economic number, with a number that doesn't mean anything, the multiple could be anything, and it's not indicative of anything. If you look, on the other hand, at the rates of return that these investors would have received, that's more telling, and it's actually a reasonable number.
Okay. But you agree that it's 72 times higher?
I agree that 72 times 2.25 equals 163. Okay. That's as far as I can agree.
Okay. Can you please go to tab 4? That is BRG 48. And if we move to the second page, you see that this is the company agreement of Meritage, our Meritage Associates. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, if we move to the last page, you have a Class 1 investor members, and then Class 2 investor members with Royal Realty. Inside the Class 1, you have Mr. Seda, who got 11.4% of the shares.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have, I think, by my count, 13 other shareholders that got the remaining 9% or so. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Now, you're saying basically that the amount of 2.25 billion that was made to the company in return for this, for the 100% of the shares, doesn't correspond to the actual value of the shares. It's much lower.
Sorry, that's not what I said. Can I have a calculator? A just regular hand calculator? Is there one?
I don't have a calculator.
Well, I was going to make a point.
If you have your phone, you can.
I don't want to pull my phone. I don't think that's.
You can use me as
You
a
may
calculator.
your phone for that exercise.
Thank you. It's all right. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So the math is good?
What I was checking, and in fact is the case, is that Group A and Group B of investors are not buying their shares at the same price. This is part of the point I was making earlier. The implied value per share of the Group A is lower than the implied value per share of Group B. I'd have to look further into why that might be the case, but it's exactly telling of what I tried to illustrate before when I said when you capitalize a company at the early stage, at the issuance stage, there might be contributions in kind, or there might be consideration that some group brings and the other one doesn't, and therefore they're recognized a higher value per share or a higher consideration per share, implicit.
Okay. So what you're saying is that it is possible that some of these shareholders have brought contribution in kind and therefore got more shares for the same value of money?
Basically.
Okay. Do you know that as a fact? or-
No. I was just checking whether these two issuances, you look at a new schedule, I haven't seen this in a while. You just get curious and try to figure out what you can.
Okay. Have
Sorry
you
to
asked
distract you.
for
Go ahead.
information to try to determine this?
No, because it's completely irrelevant for the reason I said before. It doesn't matter at all. We're determining the fair market value of a stream of assets, a series of assets in a portfolio as of January 2017. They could have capitalized this company in 1982 with 2 Colombian pesos, or they could have capitalized this company a few months before the valuation date. The question is in what state of development, what assets and liabilities, what are the prospects, what are the things that we consider in the valuation? That's what gives value to a company. That's how you evaluate the value of a company. And as I said, go look at the New York Stock Exchange and you'll find that many companies have nominal value of shares worth 1 cent per share because it's standard that way. And in fact, multiply that by all the shares outstanding and you still won't get to a fraction. 72 times would be paled in comparison. And what you will find is that those companies are simply worth many hundreds of multiples of the nominal value of those shares. The nominal value of those shares, in other words, is completely irrelevant to a fair market value determination.
Okay. And that's because the value evolves? That's because the value evolves with the development of the project?
It's for a number of reasons.
Is that one of the reasons?
It's not the only one. At the time of capitalizing the company, there's no need for them to actually say, well, we believe this project will be is worth a lot of money. Say, I don't know, $20 million. Okay, how much do we need to monetize a $20 million to turn this project into a $20 million asset? We need $2 million. Okay, let's capitalize it with $2 million. And once we put in the brand, the know-how, the business savvy, the experience, leverage the existing structure of RPG Group, etc. And with that, it becomes a $20 million enterprise. Without that, it's just $2 million. If you want to value $2 million in the bank, just look at the balance on the bank account. That is basically what you're looking at here, is the balance in the bank account on day one. That's not the value of the company. And it's certainly not the value of a going concern like Meritage and Luxe, who had already started construction.
Okay. Now, you say this was irrelevant, so you didn't ask for documents to see what the different shareholders contributed in order to get these shares. Correct?
Yeah, this is the starting balance on the bank account. This is, as I said this afternoon, it's even in a world of sort of reliance damages, this wouldn't actually even begin to satisfy that principle because it wouldn't tell you what the contributions were by 2017 of those that actually invested time, equity, and brand name into the project to be what it was in 2017.
We can have the break now.
Okay. 5:30, please, and please again do not talk to anybody about the case during.
For planning purposes, may I ask roughly how long you think it'll be?
May I ask how much we have?
Respondent has 1 hour and 21 minutes left.
Left. Thank you.
I I mean, it doesn't only depend on me, it depends on the experts as well, but I think probably around half an hour. Around half an hour.
That's, I think that's probably right. That's probably right.
That we have no objection to, obviously, to for the next expert to pass to me.
Let's have the break then. All right, maybe pursue.
Can you please go to your second report, page 69, paragraph 135? That's page 69. And I'm at 135C, so second in the next page. Now here you are discussing Dr. Hearn's room rate comparison, and you're saying it was performed during a pandemic, which has severely impacted the hospitality business, a factor that Dr. Hearn doesn't consider. Now, I want to just confirm a few things with you, if I may.
Yes.
Have you taken into account the impact of the pandemic in your assumptions?
No, we haven't, because we are doing an ex-ante approach valuation.
Okay, and that means
If you will
that,
continue this line of questions.
I mean, I thought you were supposed to each answer. I've
I'm not adding answers. If you're going to talk about ex-ante exposed, I will pursue that. If you're going to talk about hotel rates, she will.
I thought it was related to hotel rates because of the paragraphs. It was not.
Okay, then please
Thank you.
proceed. Yes, so you haven't taken into account because it's ex post.
That question's answered. I'm not going to
Yes.
supplement it.
So, to clarify, ex post means information we now know, but that was not known at the valuation date. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, had you taken the impact of COVID, which became known after the valuation date, would that have changed your assumptions on hotels?
So if but I'm so sorry, it's very distracting. There's probably two ways to take that into account. One would be to, sorry, I'm just thinking of your question. One would be to try to, and it's done in two ways. One is to maintain a date of valuation of January 2017 in this case, and take into consideration the actual events in the macroeconomy, et cetera, in the cash flows that are being forecasted. The other one is to actually do a date of award assessment and stand as of now and say, are there any historical profits that were lost or not? And then from here on, look forward. So sorry, I'm just thinking of the framework from which I can answer your
So
question.
maybe I can help you on that. If you do the former, if you keep your valuation date but still take information into account that happened after the valuation date, the question is, would your assumptions change or not?
They would change. The problem is that they would change, and then the question becomes, in what way do you risk that? And the further problem, well, no, not the problem. They would change, right? If we were to incorporate actual events, they would definitely be different somewhat. They would no longer measure up to the idea of a fair market valuation as of that date. We need to understand that. They would become some other construct, which may or may not be useful to a court or a tribunal, but they would no longer be a fair market value assessment as of that date. They would be some hypothetical construct that is a hybrid of what the value might have been plus minus things that became known. It would no longer be what the mandate requires, which is the value at which this particular set of assets and investments would have exchanged hands between parties willing to sell, able, et cetera, et cetera. So we can conduct, not any, but virtually all these permutations and exercises mechanically. The question is, can they conform to the fair market value standard as of the date of breach?
Okay. Now, my question is, your assumptions on hotel revenues, would they change if you did that?
The assumptions on hotel revenues would probably change. the assumptions on real estate prices
please-
would also change.
No, no, please.
No, hold on,
One-
hold on.
One question at a time. I didn't ask about real estate. I
You want to
asked-
know how things would have
No,
evolved?
no. I want to know how hotel revenues, your assumptions about hotel revenues would change. Would they change, yes or no?
Let me put it this way. Yes, we're agreeing that there would be different variables. But you're asking me to think of something that hasn't been brought up to the extent that I recall before. And you're asking me to think on my feet about how this would impact our assessment. Ultimately, I think that's what I'm here to tell you as evidence. And I'm telling you that the hospitality sector suffered. The real estate sectors in the suburbs of all major cities in the world pretty much have actually gone up in value massively, significantly, including in Medellin. So we should be very careful not to associate the pandemic with a potential downturn of this particular business, because there's two sides to this business.
Okay, but you had confirmed that 80% of the damages are based on the hotel business. So in this paragraph of your report, you say the pandemic had severely impacted that business. Now, you also tell me now that the real estate prices have gone up.
I'm telling you now, the whole telling you now is because this hasn't been brought up, and there is no.
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you. I'm just confirming again on hotels, hotel revenues. Would they have been impacted? You said yes. Would that impact be negative or positive?
For hospitality, it would be a temporary negative impact of not. Well, I don't want to speculate about the proportion. Not all the hotels are in operation by then, so it wouldn't necessarily impact all the operations. You should be very careful not to assume that because the damages are represented by largely by the hospitality portion, that wouldn't have a one-to-one impact. So we'd have to run the model. We'd have to bring in all those variables and think about how it would impact, and we'd have to think about how the real estate impact would have. The real estate portion would be impacted positively about it.
Okay. And you haven't done that exercise. You haven't.
No, I'm
yes.
doing the fair market value as of January 25,
Yes.
2017.
You do ex ante and not ex post. And would it change the failure rate for hotels? The impact of the pandemic?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the latest Bureau of Labor Statistics data. The last data point, I think, is in 2019 in our sample.
I don't know if you're aware or not, but the Colombian pesos lost value against the dollar after the valuation date. You also didn't take that into account. You took into account the projections as of the valuation date. So anything that unexpected that happened after the valuation date, you didn't take it into account, right?
As I explained earlier today to you, the devaluation of the currency would have been a favorable effect for this business that has costs mostly in pesos. The reason why Luxe, and I was trying to say this to you before you ended the cross, the reason why Luxe ran into that problem in relation to exchange rate was because the loan they had was a small loan in pesos. So it didn't satisfy their needs. But the devaluation would have had a positive valuation impact.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I'm trying to finish in half an hour. It would help if when I ask a question, first I get a yes or no before the explanation, and second, we don't get answers to questions I haven't asked, including for the interest of time. Thank you.
Please proceed.
So the question is, if there is an unexpected change in the currency rate after the valuation date, you have not taken it into account, correct?
If it was not contemplated in the projection that we used from the International Monetary Fund, then the answer is correct, we have not.
Okay, thank you. Now let's take an example for 2022. If we go to your exhibit BRG 121, which is your model, an Excel sheet. This one isn't in the bundle, I'm afraid. And to be honest, it would have been difficult to put in the bundle. 121.
Sorry, 121 or 001?
121.
I think you're opening the wrong file.
Until we get that, the hotel revenues, the projected cash flows are in pesos, and then you convert them to dollars and you discount them back to the valuation date, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. So, so yes, a tab macro Y. And then it's cell R9. It's a bit difficult to see. But I don't know if maybe we can zoom in slightly. So this is your assumption for the projected exchange rate for 2022, and it shows 3,012 pesos for $1. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so that's the number you've used. Now, if we move to exhibit RH29, that's the English version. That's one of the exhibits to Dr. Hearn's report. RH29. And there is a tab called FX. It's towards the end. Do you have it, sir?
I'm looking at the same thing.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had your own. Sorry.
I don't have anything. Not allowed.
Tab FX. It's the last, the third from last. And it's cell C14. And here you have the actual exchange rate in 2022, 3,951 pesos for $1. You see that?
I do.
So had you taken that into account when converting the expected cash flows for the year 2022, for example, from pesos to dollars, they would have given you 33% less dollars, roughly.
Yes and no. The mechanical act of dividing by a bigger number will produce a smaller number, but you cannot make that adjustment without changing your inflation. You got to look at the whole market and understand what are the prices in this new environment in Colombian pesos. And devaluation, foreign exchange rates, and inflation rates move together, as you know.
Okay.
So we got to be very careful not to make one adjustment without changing the other tentacles of the same animal.
Okay. Now, have you discussed the question of ex post and ex ante information with counsel for claimants? Has he given you any instructions?
Yeah, our instruction was to value as of the date of the breach,
Okay.
or January 2017.
Okay. Now,
That's the extent of the discussion.
Now, are you aware that the claimants claim that Colombia expropriated their investment, but also claim that it breached other treaty standards such as fair and equitable treatment, national treatment, full protection and security.
I've read
These
it.
are,
Sorry.
these are legal. I just want to know whether you're aware of it or not. Not asking you about them.
Generally understand that it's not just expropriation that they claim is the cause of harm.
Okay. And the valuation in your report, as you understand, is relevant to quantifying damages relating to all of these different kinds of breaches, or only expropriation?
I think we have to be specific one by one. I'm not sure how they have used our quantification. If it's all the cumulative breaches or any of those individually would produce the same result. I have not been consulted. Sometimes they ask me and say, would this number still be the same number if I just claim violation of FET, or is this a number if I just claim, would you have done something differently? If they didn't check with me, I assume that it's because the full value of the investment is lost in any of these scenarios, and therefore, other than the actual residual value of the land as is, and therefore the damage would be the same under any of these causes of harm.
Okay, so as far as you know, they just asked you for an ex ante valuation. You don't know if it's used for only expropriation or for everything. You assume it's for everything.
Yeah, well, evaluation as of that date, and then interest, so a full reparation through to the date of our second report.
Of course, yes. I'm not talking about interest, I'm talking about the ex ante exercise. Okay. And again, I don't know if you're aware or not, the claimants claim that only the Meritage project was expropriated. They don't claim that other projects were expropriated. I don't know if you're also were made aware of this or not.
I'm not sure if indirectly expropriated or impeded entirely or unfairly treated. For my purposes, we are valuing the entirety of those projects, risking them, et cetera, expressing them as of January 2017.
Okay. For the record, on day one, page 83, lines 4 to 6, Counsel for Claimant says, what has been expropriated? What has been expropriated here in our submission is the Meritage claimant's interest in the Newport shares. And also, if you turn to tab 10, that's the claimant's memorial. If you go to the third page of the index,
Okay.
you will see at the bottom it says Colombia unlawfully expropriated claimant's investment. And then if you go to the next page, it says Colombia expropriated claimant's investment in the Meritage project. You don't see something on other projects. It's also the same in the next tab, the reply. To save time, I'm not going to go there, but again, it says Colombia unlawfully expropriated the Meritage claimant's investments. So for the other projects, basically no expropriations being claimed, only other non-expropriatory breaches. And again, one more question: if you turn to tab 7, I don't know if you're familiar with this authority or not. That's Claimant's Authority. It's a book on damages called by Ripinski and Williams. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Claimants, again, in their opening, day 1, page 145, lines 20 to 21, they were talking about the income approach, and they said Ripinski and Williams say that in their seminal text on the matter. So that's a text that's heavily relied on by the claimants, I think cited at least 10 times in their submissions, and considered by them to be seminal. If you go to page 253, at the bottom, you have a paragraph saying ex post information.
I see that.
And says the question of ex post information is a difficult one. Valuation itself takes place during the arbitration proceedings, typically several years after the valuation date. This presents a question: may or even should the information subsequent to the valuation date be taken into account? This question is particularly relevant when the DCF method is used to estimate an investment's FMV. So here he's asking the question about FMV, whether or not to use ex post information. So, and he continues saying, or they continue saying, because it inherently requires consideration of future events in relation to the valuation date. And then if we turn to the next page, you see they'll take different types of legal breaches of treaties in turn. There's a section on lawful expropriations. And then if we turn to page 256, at the top, there's a section on unlawful expropriations. And then, so he analyzes what the rule is for each type of breach. And then in the middle, you have non-expropriatory breaches. So that's anything other than expropriation: fair and equitable treatment, national treatment, full protection, security, etc. And he says, under the non-expropriatory case analysis, where the aim of compensation is to reestablish the situation which would, in all probability, have existed if that act had not been committed, information changes should logically be taken into account, both if they are compensation increasing and compensation decreasing, compared to the assessment at the time of breach on the basis of ex ante information. This is because the ex post information is used with a sole aim of increasing with the precision of the analysis, and there is no floor figure below which compensation cannot fall, as in expropriation cases. There have been several arbitral decisions where the tribunals took account of events subsequent to the valuation date, including compensation reducing factors. They did that without shifting the valuation date forward, but by correcting the cash flow projections and other value affecting factors in light of information available at the time of the award. So what this says here is that for non-expropriatory breaches, you take into account information known after the valuation date. You don't move the valuation date, keep it as it is, but you take into account information that became known after it. And as we saw at the very beginning, that whole question that the authors here are considering relates to a DCF method used to estimate an investment's FMV. And then to recap, at page 257 at the bottom, you have additional remarks. The practice to date can be summarized as follows. And then you have one lawful expropriation, and then two unlawful expropriation.
Mr. President, is there a question here? There's
Yes.
been submissions for the last 5 minutes or so.
I am going to ask the question. And then three non-expropriatory breaches of international law, ex post information to be taken into account, regardless of whether it leads to an increase or a decrease in value, and the valuation date not moved to the date of award. Same thing, just recap. Any of these things have been counsel for claimants have told you about this text? Have given you any instructions in this regard?
That is an extremely broad question. I've met with these lawyers so many times. I want to respond honestly. I'm not sure how to answer that. Have any of these things ever come up in my conversations with counsel? Yes,
Yes.
of course I did.
And they told you to nonetheless use ex ante information only and no ex post information.
No, that's not what I said before. I said that they asked me to perform a fair market value assessment as of January 25, 2017. I decided to use what information. In fact, JLL includes some data points that are post-data evaluation because they need a sample big enough to be representative. There's one note I would make, since you made me read all this, which is fascinating, is that these non-expropriatory breaches, and I've actually happened to have studied this topic quite a lot, as you might know, refers to contractual or to try to put back in what would be like a contract setting. So I'm not going to get into whether it's legally applicable or not, but when they try to do what I suggested before could be done, which is to take a date in the past and then adjust the cash flows for events in the future to put in the position that would have existed in all probability, etc. Usually when I've seen that applied is in the context of contractual breaches. I've never seen it applied in an investor state case, but this, I don't know. There's always
Never
a first
seen it
time.
apply in an investor state case?
Myself, no.
Okay, but is that like, are you confident that this is representative of the practice, or
I'm saying that
or you're not, or you don't know, that's just what you've experienced?
I've never been instructed by a tribunal to mix and match that way that I recall right now.
Okay, can we go back to page 1, please? That's the title of the book. It's called Damages in International. Sorry. The title is Damages in International Investment Law. And then I'm not going to spend more time on that for the record.
We
Yeah.
agree that that includes contractual discussions in the whole book. I mean, I've read this book pretty much cover to cover.
It doesn't. I mean, if you have a contractual, we're
I'm
going
only
into
gonna
law here.
discuss
I
the
don't want to
book.
add. Yes.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid this is not so helpful anymore to the tribunal.
I propose to move on, Mr. Chairman. I think that should be my last line of questioning. If you please go back to slide 22 of your presentation. I'll try to be brief here.
Is it related to parameters or to ex post ex ante methodology?
It's related to what you've discussed here. I think there was you.
I did this slide,
Yeah,
I did
exactly.
talk through this slide.
Exactly. So, in context, I believe that what you say here in this slide is that Dr. Hearn did not use the correct allocation of the historical sales to the right phase of the project, the Meritage project.
Yes, when I recalculate this, I use an updated allocation, which I believe is Dr. Hearn didn't have that information by the time he did that calculation.
Yes, that was the first time I wanted to first thing I wanted to confirm with you, because you refer at the bottom in the notes to BRG 157 and BRG 156.
Are you looking at the demonstratives or
to the note at the bottom of the slide?
BRG 157? Yeah, that's correct.
And these are
The new documents.
there are new documents that
Yes.
were provided like 10 days ago or so. So he didn't have these documents.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, if we go to BRG 157. Now it's not in the bundle, but we will distribute to you
Thank you.
a copy. Now, to clarify, this is an English translation of the original, the Spanish original. The document was produced by you or by the claimants without an English translation. So we've done an unofficial translation right now to show it to you and the tribunal. And if you look at it, this is a letter dated 28 March 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that. Yes, I see that.
That's before the valuation date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's before the temporary measures of August 2016,
It's before August 2016, yes.
like 5 months or so before. And then it is sent to Corfi Colombiana by a person called Jorge Hernan Herrera Marquez. And it's titled Request for Reimbursement of Resources for Failure to Fulfill the Purpose of the Contract, Meritage Stage 4 and 5. And then it says, we, identified with ID number X, request the total refund of the contributions that we have deposited for the Meritage project since the deadline to reach the point of equilibrium of stages 4 and 5 in which we are investors expired on 17 October 2015, and we do not wish to continue with this investment. You see that?
Yes.
So and then he's asking for his contribution to be returned and giving his bank account details. So do you see from this document that the equilibrium point was reached later than was contractually required, according to this gentleman?
I don't have in mind the contract under which this person bought the piece of the unit or whatever he was buying. In our model, the forecasted date of equilibrium is not October 2015 for phases 4 and 5.
So is it because the forecast date that you've used is inaccurate, or is
I
it,
believe you're using the latest business plan as of the date of valuation.
was it maybe pushed? They tried first for October 2015 and failed? You
We
don't
can
know.
speculate, but I don't know.
Okay, you haven't looked into that.
No.
Okay, and there was already at least one investor before the measures started wanting to get out of this project.
That's what the document says, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Sit out. Thank you. We will have some questions in redirect.
Just a few, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few questions. The first, you were asked about the difference in majority and minority shareholder interests. Just to be clear, when a minority stake is being valued alongside a majority, it's all being sold together in a hypothetical world. Do you treat the valuation of the majority and minority differently?
No, I treat them the same. When the transaction is for the full package, including a minority and a majority, we distribute the price evenly or uniformly between the holders.
And are you aware that in the shareholders' agreements, whether or not there were drag-along and tag-along rights?
No, I'm not aware.
Assuming if I tell you there are drag-along and tag-along rights, what does that imply?
If there are, that may affect the allocation of the price.
One question on, you were asked about currency risk, business interruption risk, let's say there's a strike, all of these things. Does that uniquely affect a business that's in development or in operation, or is it unique to any one particular phase of a project?
No, not particularly. I think what would be unique here would be, for a project would be, as I think I mentioned environmental concerns if they were in a very particular region.
And what generally captures all of that, whether it's, no matter what stage the business is in?
The business risk in general is captured in the beta, on the complete cost of equity, but in the beta in particular, the volatility of that particular industry relative to the average of the market.
What about something?
And in the cash flows. I think I broke it down earlier and said, you have business projections, revenues, costs, prices, units, the cost to build those units and maintain them and run your business, taxes, we've taken into factor in taxation. The country risk premium also gives you a buffer in case taxation changes negatively. Because keep in mind, when you add this premium on the discount rate, all it's doing is saying it could be worse. It's not considering that it could be better. So this is why we talk about risking with risk adders. And we begin with the risk-free rate and we start adding the equity risk premium. Then the beta that multiplies that, makes it a multiple to make it more volatile than the average of the market, then the country risk premium, and so on. So,
And is that also true of currency risk?
yeah, it's all blended within that element that the market has a lot more wisdom to come up with. via thousands and millions of individual transactions by informed, sophisticated traders of bonds and stocks, it's a lot more valuable information than me as an expert coming in to say, let's add 2% here because this is an emerging market. Let's add 4% here because this is a startup. What do I know? The market does.
You were taken to C006 bis. I'd like to put that up, if that's possible, friends.
Yeah.
And you were asked whether or not seems to be a deck for the Meritage community.
Yeah,
And you were
absolutely.
shown a couple of pages in what I think is quite a lengthy document. And you were asked, well, where's the Charlie on this? Can we go to slide 54, please?
Do you know the page number in the bottom?
SP054.
Oh, it's not in the
We only have
version we got.
Oh, well, I'll put it up.
We did not, I'm sorry to intercept, you don't have in your bundle the full,
Well, that's
document.
convenient.
We put like 1/3 or so.
Okay, well, I'll show you the rest of the document then. Here you can see the section that, okay, 54. You can see the Royal Property Group there.
Yes.
If you go to 55, do you know what this is?
Management and sales of RPG. That's the entry to the Charlie Hotel, if I recall, and the gym.
This is, by the way, the same deck that you were only given the first third. This is the part that you.
Yeah, in the bottom it says the prior projects or executed projects, Hotel the Charlie, Luxe by Charlie.
Let's go to 56. Do you know what this picture is of?
Yes, yeah, it's the rooftop at the Charlie Hotel in Medellin.
Go to 57. Do you know what this is?
This is the Luxe. I visited this property as well. Well, it's a rendering, obviously. Well, the bottom and right are renderings. The top left, I think, might be a real picture because these are actually built.
Go to 58. Do you know what this is?
Well, no, it doesn't say there, but
At the bottom, it talks about the Luxe by the Charlie.
it does mention it, some of the prior executed projects. It looks a lot like the Luxe. I'm not sure I saw that particular angle.
Okay.
Maybe questions shouldn't be that leading in,
Well, I think
in redirect.
this is definitely appropriate redirect. But, well, we get the point, I think, that there's additional slides in this deck that connect the two, it looks like. Let's go to C110. Actually, I think we don't need to go there. Let's go to BRG1, page 19. Sorry, Franz, I'm jumping all over the place. You were asked about, you were shown a chart, I think, from Dr. Hearn, but you were asked about how the Charlie Hotel compares to the market. Actually, let's go to 20. Sorry, I did mean 19. Go back one. And you were asked to compare it to, how does it compare to the market generally? I believe you had some charts comparing the Charlie Hotel to other hotels in the Colombia market.
I'm sorry, but the question that was given to the experts was does it compare to the market with respect to profit margins?
And I believe,
Based on a slide from the claimant's opening.
okay, so my question is, how does it compare generally in terms of its success to the market based on, the Colombian market based on the analysis that you've done?
Okay, I would note that this does not concern our questions, but
Oh, it's permitted, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in our report we explained that the Charlie outperforms the Colombian market comparing it to a sample provided by STR, and we show this in terms of occupancy in figure 2. And then in the next page, we do so in terms of ADR, which is the average rate, and combine the occupancy and the ADR, compute the RevPAR, which is the indicator I responded I would look at if I was to test the performance of the Chalet.
And what does RevPAR mean? Just
RevPAR is just occupancy times ADR. ADR is the rate that they are charging, but it doesn't take into account that maybe you have only 50% of the hotel busy. When you combine them, it's an indicator of both the level of rates that the hotel can collect and the demand of the occupation of the hotel, how many rooms are rented each night,
Okay.
on
And-
average for a year, no?
We have no further questions, so you are now released. Thank you very much for your expert testimony.
Thank you.
We'll ask. I'll get back to you.
Okay, we should deal with housekeeping and organizational matters. I think we can start off the record so that you can start to clean up the transcript. When we come to a point of time where we should put something on the record, we will do so. Now, it wouldn't make sense to start with the examination of the next witness tonight, given the time, which means that we will deal with that tomorrow morning. I think it was said to you that we must close around 12. How much time is left now for the claimant?
Claimants have 1 hour and 15 minutes left, and respondent 49 minutes.
Okay, so I think we should be able to cover that in the morning. If we start at 9:30, we would have time until 12 at least, or 12:30 at the latest. We also asked you to get into contact with each other with respect to the remaining procedural steps in this proceeding, and have you reached any common ground? Because we would like to take advantage now to discuss this now, so that we don't have to discuss much more tomorrow following the hearing of the experts. Claimant, do you want to start?
There was a preliminary discussion. I don't know if you think, Ms. Manafutemi, if it would be useful to continue the discussion before bringing our proposal to the tribunal, but.
So otherwise we could discuss this tomorrow. If you think there's still, likelihood that you come up with a joint proposal, that would obviously save time.
At least from my perspective, I think a further conversation might be helpful, but.
I'm more than happy to continue the conversation, and then we
Okay.
come back to it. It may or may not be that we agree on.
Yes.
We may agree on some things, not on everything, but in
Well,
any event, we will
yes.
come back to
Okay. Good.
more. Thank you.
Yeah. Very good. Anything else?
No, except if we are going to have this discussion tomorrow and we have to be out of here by noon, should we start at 9? Just to be safe.
Okay, let's start at 9, if this is acceptable.
No objections?
Okay.
And one further question that the expert asked that I ask, which is, do you think there is a possibility, that you may want to have questions of the quantum experts together or tomorrow? In other words, do they need to stay the night?
I don't think so.
Okay.
From your side?
Nothing, thank you.
Good. So I wish you a good evening, and I'm sorry that we will meet again on a Saturday. The dress code on Saturday is not casual, but smart. Smart casual, please. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.